We are just coming from an exhibition of Kazakh green technologies. From civil society, we have key map universities, North Kazakhstan University, Almaty, and others, as well as environmental advocacies. Green technologies are still under development due to difficulties in scaling them out. So today we are going to discuss the expansion of green technologies. We have one plenary and two panel sessions. In the plenary, the presentations will be held up to 5 minutes, and in panel sessions up to 10 minutes. Our working languages are Kazakh, Russian, and English. Let's start with our plenary session. And I would like to give floor to Mr. Mansur Oshurbayev, Vice Minister for Environment and Natural Resources of Kazakhstan. The floor is yours, Mr. Mansur. Greetings and welcome to PowerTech 2025. It's a great privilege to welcome you here. It's a great opportunity to exchange opinions and experiences. Thank you all so much for joining us today. Same in Russian. Climate change and human impact on the environment calls for a systemic approach at state and corporate international level. Being a part of the global environmental movement, Kazakhstan has taken commitments in terms of implementing green technologies. PowerTech 2025 is a unique platform for discussing trends and for exchanging experiences. The first day is dedicated to decarbonization. We will discuss transfer of green technologies, the development of Central Asian Bureau for best available techniques. The second day is focused on renewable energy. Here we'll talk about increasing energy efficiency in Kazakhstan, and we will also do an overview of renewable energy sources market in Kazakhstan. We need concrete actions. In this respect, I'm glad to note that we have planned two important events as part of PowerTech 2025. The first one is about innovation projects for Almaty and Almaty Oblasts, as well as planting seedlings at Central Asia Green Bridge Alley. And this will be done with the support of the Mayor's Office of Almaty. PowerTech 2025 is not simply a dialogue, it's a search for specific concrete solutions. I'm confident that PowerTech 2025 will produce some important solutions. And Kazakhstan has taken on major commitments in terms of environmental protection, and Kazakhstan has undertaken to develop environmental impact assessment standard, and we aim to complete this document by October this year, and hopefully this document will specify the goals that we have set. I hope that our colleagues from different sectors, oil and gas, etc., will give us their backing. Thank you. Thank you, Erlan Tursinovich. The next floor goes to Head of Regional Environmental Center of Central Asia, Yerlan Zhumabayev, Country Director for CAREC from Kazakhstan. Well, some technical hiccup. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to welcome you to this important event. I thank the organizers for an opportunity to speak here. Today, we have an unprecedented task to transiting to low-carbon development and introducing green technologies. CAREC makes an important contribution to this process by uniting government and non-governmental players in search of sustainable solutions. Central Asia is facing a number of issues, land degradation, water resources, etc. At the same time, our region has a great potential for development, and both in renewable energy, sustainable management, and environmental innovations. In this context, the transition becomes not only an opportunity but a strategic necessity. Kazakhstan has already set an ambitious goal, and the speaker before me was correct in saying that we have very ambitious goals, and CAREC in this respect coordinates its actions with the government and supports all initiatives that have been proposed by our government. CAREC helps sustainable development through several areas. We promote exchange of experiences, we promote access to best available techniques, we help the regional countries take part in low carbon projects, we foster access to low carbon projects. An important role is played by promoting circular economy. At PowerTech 2025, we will look at projects on sustainable waste management as part of the Wasteless Future initiative, and in this respect, CAREC unifies Central Asian countries and will be willing to attract investment for green projects. Sustainable development is only possible through partnership. We invite all stakeholders to unite efforts to create favorable conditions for green transition in Central Asia. We are willing to continue introducing green technologies or promoting green technologies in the region. Thank you very much, Erike. Now I'd like to ask the organizers to remove this piece of furniture. And for our panel session, I would like to invite Saule Kuzeke. We will also have Nijat Kapar, Dean of KeyMap University. We also have Vladislav Zavadsky, who will talk about green technology corridor. Kendrick White, Vice Rector of Alma-U. Education and Science and Innovation Deputy of KeyMap, Giacomo Giannetta, Head Specialist of Financial Sector of FinSG ABR, Alexander Belly from Kazakh Council on Green Construction, and we have one more seat. And Alexander Reitman will speak later. Now I'd like to give floor to Saule. We are very happy to welcome you in Almaty today at PowerTech 2025 exhibition and at the panel session dedicated to developing a mechanism of technology transfer of not only green technology but climate green technologies. Today we are a co-organizer of this event. It's of the exhibition. Our participants are showcasing their projects on waste management. I think you have all seen our projects, and we have worked with them for 2 years. preparing them for commercialization in the marketplace. Today we will discuss the best global practices in Central Asia, and today we will also discuss a very important question: how to make technology transfer more successful and more accessible for Central Asian countries. Today it is a key issue for achieving our ambitious climate goals and for the sustainable development of the whole region. This issue continues to be relevant, and climate challenges require advanced climate solutions to be introduced in the whole region. In today's session, we will discuss how best practices in the world and in Kazakhstan and in Central Asia, and our participants, GCP Kazakhstan, will also share their experiences on technology transfer. As you may know, our center was set up by the government of Kazakhstan in 2018 as a post-Expo 2018 organization. And one of the main missions of our center is to implement the Green Bridge Partnership Program and other programs. We are proud that the Green Bridge Partnership Program has already brought together 18 countries of the world. We all are shaping, our center is shaping a very powerful community for commercialization of technologies, of green technologies, and we are actively introducing climate sustainable technologies that may help us, or that should help us deal with the challenges that we face in Central Asia. And to this end, to show how it all works, we have prepared a very brief video on the history of the Green Bridge Partnership Program and about the prominent founders of this program and its key achievements. Let's watch now this short video, which illustrates some aspects and milestones of this journey. In 2010, Kazakhstan started on programs to create environmentally sustainable economy, becoming one of the first countries to raise this issue internationally at the UN summit in Brazil. This project was called as a voluntary project open to all countries. In 2013, more than 10 countries signed the Green Bridge Charter, aimed at sustainable development and environmental protection. A special document was prepared to formalize this partnership. The Green Bridge Partnership Program, signed at International Conference in Astana in 2013. The charter is open for all interested parties. One of the people who inspired it was Raikwan Jung, a Nobel Prize laureate. Based on his knowledge and experiences, a lot of countries, including Kazakhstan, started to shape their environmental policy, including program of Green Bridge. The main goal of this program is to create conditions to transit to green economy, including introduction of more than 20 solutions and attracting investment of more than $3 billion to improve ecosystem services. From the time the charter was signed, it was joined by 17 countries, which evidences the broadening of international cooperation that covers more than 1 billion people of population. Kazakhstan has initiated the reset of the Green Bridge program. The Green Bridge platform, will be a place bringing together international partners and countries to enhance transition to green technology. Thus, Green Bridge will create safe production practices, and it is aimed that by 2030 it will help reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 30%. It is forecasted that transition to green economy will, by 2025, create over 50,000 new jobs. Dear colleagues, as you have seen, we have a certain foundation laid, but for serious changes in the region, we need more coordinated tools, and it is about them that we would like to talk today, how to build an effective mechanism for the transfer of green technologies in Central Asia. As far as I know, different countries come out with their climate initiatives, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan, but all these measures are working in silo, and to coordinate these initiatives, we all need to integrate at this international platform, because the Green Bridge Partnership Program was supported by 193 countries of UN and is the only environmental program supported by all UN countries. Central Asian countries have great climate ambitions. We have common challenges for all 5 countries in the region, and we aim to achieve carbon neutrality. We have various targets set. So if we look at the potential of Kazakh and Central Asian market of green technologies, as well as that of the global market, Kazakhstan's market is at least $38.8 billion per year. The developing markets amount to $170 billion in terms of potential. After Astana Expo, before Astana Expo, Kazakhstan adopted a patent law which approved an accelerated registration of intellectual property for green technology. Therefore, starting 2015, we have seen a rapid increase in the registration of intellectual patents. At present, Kazpatent has over 2,500 patents for green tech, and most of them are concerned with water management. Even though the number of innovations and developments is increasing, the practical implementation is falling with each year. This proves that our science does not interact well with business, because there are indeed lots of barriers, and the barriers include legislative barriers, lack of incentive for commercialization of green technology. Now, I'd also like to note that commercialization of green technology is a very complex process. Compared to IT technology, it requires many more years to reach the market, whereas IT technologies take just months to enter the market. With each year, our program is being joined by more and more countries. At present, we have been joined by 12 European countries, and we have been working with them on a constant basis on various projects. 5 Asian countries, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Mongolia. 2 Central Asian countries have not yet joined us, and in 2021, our platform was voluntarily joined by the United Arab Emirates, and we have been working for 2 years with them. This is the only environmental project or environmental program in the world that is supported by all countries. And at COP29, we came out with an initiative to update the Green Bridge program. We will from now on develop it using AI. We will develop a global digital platform for all 17 countries, and we welcome new countries to join this platform. But today we would like to focus on Central Asia because it is always better to enter the program as a region because we have similar environmental problems or challenges. And to update our program, we developed a program which necessitates the development of a mechanism of green technology transfer. And we have initiated the creation of a global digital platform for green climate technologies that unites Green Bridge member countries to combat climate change. We have already discussed this mechanism with Central Asian countries and international organizations. And now, throughout the world, there are lots of various platforms, and we have agreed that we will integrate with CTCN of UN, Wiper Green, with the Asian Technology Transfer Program, and all countries will integrate to provide an effective technology transfer between countries. And the key points is to develop the items of the technology agreement and creation of new tools of this program, so that will manage this program. We are now working with Amazon and Huawei, developing with them the technical support and software for this program. And these are the partners that we have already been developing the mechanism for technology transfer with. And in each country, each country has its own legislation, and we need to unify our legislations. Therefore, we would like to come up with one technological agreement that will spell out the mechanism for all countries to benefit from this platform. For 2 years now, we have been working with another global program, GCIP Kazakhstan, which includes 16 countries. It includes UNIDA and GEF. And today you saw some developments at the exhibition. And at this platform, we bring together not only these 17 countries, but also the 16 countries of GCIP. Each year, this platform is expanding, it's growing, and it provides an opportunity to get new, interesting solutions from across the world. And it's of benefit not only to Kazakhstan and Central Asia, but to other members. This is how our platform looks. Our technological tasks will be in a separate interface. This includes 20 manuals for the best available technologies. So this is a kind of platform to match business innovation and investment that will allow stakeholders to find what they're interested in. So this is the NDT or best available technology manuals that we have already completed. And we have an industrial center for technology competencies. We analyze global trends. We propose various advanced technologies. And using this digital platform, we will match business investors and various solutions. And the platform will have the following areas. And I'd like to note that our platform will be aimed at decarbonization and climate technologies. Two areas, both mitigation and climate mitigation and adaptation. It's rare that these two areas are handled together, but our platform does handle them together. We have involved 27 green universities in Kazakhstan because they are on the green metrics ranking. And 27 universities are actively developing green programs. So what are green universities? It is when a university does research, when they teach, when they develop, when they do their green waste management, when they pursue energy efficiency. And the highest ranked Kazakh university in this ranking is Serikbayev University. It's on the 67th spot in this ranking. Please mind the time. That's it from me. I would just like to encourage everybody to participate in the discussion of key points of the technological agreement, of the key components of the digital platform. I would also like to discuss the financial mechanisms for technology transfer support, and so some of the solutions that we propose. So we propose to discuss today how to ensure, how to bring about effective technology transfer, and how to make this platform a well-working one. And the Green Bridge Partnership Program is actively welcoming new participants. I encourage all countries who are joining us today to join the Green Bridge program. We are having a big conference in Ashgabat this year to be attended by several European countries, and we also hope that countries from Asia will join. Thank you, Saule Kozikevna. You have touched upon the issue that science and business are not working particularly effectively. Now, we would like Majid Kapar to address this. Majid Kapar is representing from KIMAP. And we have translation going on. You can use your headphones.
Thank you very much. I think you can all hear me, right? The voice is okay. Sorry, I cannot make my speech in Russian. Some of you will have to follow through translation. My name is Nejat Kapar. I'm the Dean of the Bank College of Business at KIMEP University. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, good morning to everybody. I will, of course, there's a lot of technology-oriented discussions about this subject, as our first speaker has mentioned. And I will be a little bit giving a perspective from the business world of view, kind of a short overview of where the thinking is coming from, how the businesses in the last few decades have been thinking about issues on sustainability and social responsibility. It's part of a larger discussion. So let me just spend a few minutes of your time and giving this overview to you. Because of course, because the time is limited, so I will be very brief. This is, of course, a subject that can be talked for hours, if not for days, but we have to do a little magic here since we have 10 minutes of time for each speaker, so we'll be trying to be very brief and succinct. Okay. The terminology, we use a lot of things today. We say social responsibility, we say sustainability, we talk about corporate social responsibility, ESG. In some ways, they're all kind of similar because, and also a little bit different as well. But depending on which context you're talking about or which industry, which orientation you come from, this is a little bit, I'm talking from the business world perspective. Kind of most of the time it's meant to be the same thing. For businesses, of course, if you look back several decades, there's different kind of practices, of course, that talk about sustainable business practices. It's about environment, of course. It's about social responsibility, which is not the subject of today's discussion, but the environment is also part of the larger framework of generally social responsibility of companies, sustainability issues of companies, and then, of course, also corporate governance, which is why there's oftentimes this ESG environment part, there's the social responsibility part, and then the governance part in terms of the context. If you go back, I don't know if you know this gentleman in the picture, one of earlier, several decades ago, Nobel laureates in economics, Nobel Economic Prize winners, famous professor Milton Friedman. This goes all the way back to 1970 when he wrote an article whether companies have social responsibility. Of course, from a very capitalistic point of view back at that time and back in the more American school of thinking, his argument was companies don't have social responsibility. Their responsibility is to make profits. That's their biggest social responsibility. Assuming they pay taxes already, they pay taxes to government, and government is taking over some of these roles. Of course, a lot has changed since then. This was in 1970. So you can see discussion has been taking place for many, many decades. Okay? If you take the time fast forward, even back many, many years later, 40 years later, this was done a survey in 2011. It's not very recent, but 40 years after this major discussion that has happened about, you see even many countries have different positions toward responsibility, sustainability issues, corporate social responsibility issues. Some are very sensitive. There is a lot of awareness of it. Some, they don't care much. They say companies' number one responsibility is to make money. Okay? And then it's not the major issue for them. This, of course, and it's still the same today. If you follow the recent events in the US, there is, again, discussion about, restriction on taking backward steps towards the environment and sustainability. And you look at some countries, especially European countries, Central, Northern European countries, very sensitive on environmental issues and sustainability issues at large. But things are changing, of course, very fast. There are some surveys done recently. This is just from a year, 2 years ago. You see a lot of businesses today, a lot of respondents they do believe that companies, and of course citizens too, they do believe companies have an important role to play in sustainability issues, environment, ethics and all the other things. Because if you look at all the discussion, the major player here is companies. You cannot achieve green technology, green environment without companies' involvement. So it has to be an important part of the equation. Another survey shows that 58% of companies, respondents, they believe that current ESG programs, they are important to meet stakeholder expectations. When I say stakeholder, of course, that is a different approach compared to shareholders, which means companies should not just think about profits and their owners and profit maximization, but also about other stakeholders, their customers, the environment, their employees, the larger context, which has become more and more important today. For sustainability to work best, it has to be a win-win situation. And recent studies, they show that actually companies who invest in sustainability projects, programs, they do actually benefit financially. This is normally counter logic, because in the past it was always seen as an extra expense, as an extra cost. However, today the world has changed and has been changing. Now a lot of customers, a lot of governments, they put tremendous pressure on companies to be social responsible, environmental responsible, to be sustainable. So you cannot be a successful company. You have a lot of problems if you kind of ignore this pressure that's coming from outside. As a result, that's why many companies now, they have even offices of sustainability, professionals working on this. They provide projects, they write reports, and come up with solutions that they say, essentially, we're part of this game. We care about the environment, we care about the external well-being of the society, not just ourselves. Okay? And here's just a general look at the world today from the Economist information unit. You see a lot of emphasis on sustainability in Northern America and European countries in terms of the current performance. This map shows the current performance. And a very different scenery across the world. Ideally, of course, is to make sure in the years to come, the whole world becomes more blue, more environmentally and sustainable, practices more common. Okay? To summarize, hopefully, I think I'm at the end of my 10 minutes. What has changed in the past decades, what was not good business in the past in terms of taking care about the environment, because it was always extra cost, today actually is good business. Because if you do business without taking this into considerations, you will be in trouble from authorities, from your customers, from a lot of different pressure groups. However, you need to invest, as a business, you need to find the programs, the people, the technology, and make sure you're competent, which is why many schools, many universities today offer even degrees in sustainability, master degrees, specialization degrees in these areas, so that they can make sure they can manage these expectations and the whole dynamics about sustainability. Final word is, now there is, which is a good sign, companies, they also try not to compete only based on good products and services, but also by showing how responsible they are towards the outside world, towards the environment, and this becomes more and more a competitive advantage, actually. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumar. Следующее слово у нас передается.
Next is Vladislav Zavadsky, Research Center of Tarek Institute. Thank you, Anar.
Please, you can speak English, of course.
or Russian, up to you.
If you can speak Russian, I think that it would be easier for everybody to understand that. But if you have something to say to Mr. Kumar.
Okay. I would like to thank you, Mr. So, insightful presentation. Okay, let me use Russian. Давайте по-русски продолжим.
For the audience sake, I am Vladislav Zavadsky. I'd like to welcome all at this event. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for wonderful organization. Saule has mentioned an initiative of the center to establish the Green Bridge. So let me talk about a different bridge, more physical but also green one. Several words about CAREC Institute. We are an knowledge arm of the CAREC program. Knowledge arm of CAREC. And our headquarters are in Urumqi, in China. And we do research, we disseminate knowledge. And the topic of my presentation today is the role of green energy corridors in the process of transferring technologies, of course, green technologies. On the screen you may see a definition. What are the green corridors? It's a network, it's a connection, energy connection to unite the consumers and suppliers of energy, such as wind, solar, and hydro generation. The main goal is to increase renewables and to lower greenhouse gas emissions. In order for us to establish green corridor, we need to have both sides, the consumer and the supplier. So we're talking here about trade, but trade of energy. And to lower dependability on fossil fuel. If we were to talk about advantages of creating green corridors, it will be lowering emissions and using more efficient green generation. To have a wider approach on economic benefits, it's to establish additional jobs in green energy sector, attracting investment into green technologies, and improving quality of access to green generation and improving quality of life. One of the examples of this initiative is establishing Caspian Green Corridor, where we take CAREC region. The plans were mentioned by the Minister of Energy of Azerbaijan in 2023, 2 years ago. On the 2nd of May 2024, a memorandum of understanding was signed between Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, which has launched the project. And the project will be undersea cable going through the Caspian Sea. And the capacity is to be 4 gigawatts. And during this climatic summit, COP29, held in Baku last year, it was mentioned the intention to develop this project. So this is one of the practical implementations of climatic initiatives, which was widely publicized during COP29. So why there is a need to create such green corridors? It's a growth of demand, growth of consumption of energy, Caspian Energy Corridor is one of the parts of a wider initiative. It's a connection between CAREC countries with EU. And according to the statistics, we have a growth of demand for energy. And as you know, the EU is promoting the green agenda. So there is a growth of demand for green generation. At the same time, in the Central Asia countries, in CAREC region, there are a lot of projects to create, to establish additional wind generation, solar generation, and green generation. So we have both consumers and suppliers, and the Green Corridor will connect both parties. As to the topic of our conference, the transfer of green technologies, the definition you can see on the slide. So when green technologies transfer occur, when there is a practical implementation of such global projects. So we have here several parties. As Saule mentioned, they have different challenges. It's the legislation, different standards. And when we have the intergovernmental regional project, we need to align these countries to work with a single project. And so here we have regional cooperation. There are different agreements. It's the Paris Agreement and the agreement between countries which are going to cooperate and partner on these projects. So here we have such issues as personal training, management training to tackle these issues, to develop the local expertise in green technologies. And these projects are going to facilitate these processes. So what are the challenges? As Saule has mentioned, in IT areas, it's quite easy to do this because it's a dynamic area. Then energy is more inert, and it requires years to do this and huge investments. Regulatory factors, regulatory barriers, it's to align the legislation, and there is also a technology gap. Using these projects, we are minimizing the technology gap. We are bringing all countries to work on the same project. As to next steps, the future of cooperation, we need to develop interaction between countries. We need to share knowledge and experience. It's going to coincide with the development of these technologies and the launch of other regional projects. So the role, as a colleague mentioned, the role of academia, the role of education, it's a wider coverage of these issues, and training students who will later become personnel to implement these projects, attracting investment and partnership between private companies, corporations, and the state. The role of my organization, CAREC Institute, we are working on this. There is a room for research, for knowledge transfer, and to unite different regions and countries on these issues. I think that's it briefly from me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Vladislav. So everyone is saying that science and education should be involved. You need to invest in R&D, and probably that will be continued by Mr. White, the Vice Dean of Alma-U on commercialization, Head of Commercialization and Technology, on our experience on modernization.
Through commercializing innovative technologies. Mr. White, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the invitation to participate today. I want to start by telling that technology and technology transfer and commercialization and innovation have changed dramatically over the last 100 years. If 100 years ago or 50 years ago, the process of creating a new innovation was done in a lonely laboratory by a professor toiling away to create a new antibiotic or something like that, some image like that. Today, the concept of technology transfer and commercialization is entirely different. It's a collaborative process between different disciplines, between different students, between different institutions, between different universities, between different countries. And it deeply involves both business community, the investment community, the academic community, the government sponsors, and so on. It's an absolutely collaborative process which has grown with global collaboration and globalization of the world. The process in the United States started over 45 years ago with the implementation of the Bayh-Dole Act of 1980. This fundamentally changed the nature of government and university relationships, because up until that point, the government would give grants to universities to do fundamental science research, but the government in Washington retained the right of first refusal on the technology. They essentially controlled it and owned it for national defense purposes in most cases. But after 1980, the government said, look, we're going to give you grant funding to your university, but your university is going to own that IP. You're going to use that IP to sell to businesses, to create small startup businesses. And that fundamentally changed the concept of who owns the IP. Does the government own the IP, or does the inventor, the scientist, the students, the university? So after 1980, a number of progressive universities started creating mechanisms to leverage and scale the innovations that they were creating. For example, the Bayh-Dole at the University MIT created the Deshpande Center. University of Colorado created its first proof of concept center. The University of California created the von Liebig Center. These centers were not tech transfer offices. They were called proof of concept centers. And their focus was to assess the commercial viability of new technological innovations that could be patented. And the goal was to maximize the commercial value of those new innovations and inventions. And they were highly successful. This kickstarted the entire innovation economy system. At the core of any particular place, like Silicon Valley or Silicon Alley or Boulder, Colorado, or Austin, Texas, or Cambridge, Massachusetts, or Cambridge in England, or Oxford, there lies a proof of concept center. And these centers work hand in hand with acceleration programs, incubation programs, tech transfer offices, licensing offices, patent protection offices, and so on. These have become standard elements inside university innovation ecosystems. And their goal is to take the technologies invented and create new spin-out businesses where the university professors and students can invite angel investors to support those projects. After many years working in the EBRD in Russia, running the first ever venture capital fund, I was invited by the minister, I lost my presentation there, I was invited by the minister to create the first ever proof of concept center in Russia. And that center was at Lobachevsky University in Nizhny Novgorod. And I created that center as a prototype which could be created across the country. And it worked. We analyzed literally hundreds of new project ideas from our scientists, and we created incubation programs and acceleration programs, which over a 5-year period created 23 biomedical device spinouts. Those spinout companies were partly owned by the university, but also owned directly by the professors and the students, and they had angel investors, and they attracted literally hundreds of millions of rubles of mega grant financing for commercialization. The program was so successful, it was adopted in 2017 across the country by the minister at the time of Science and Education, Dmitry Levanov. And so 23 centers were created across Russia to actually promote technology transfer and commercialization for universities to diversify their
Green corridor. Did I get you right? I liked it very much. Our next expert on such things on behalf of or representative of the World Bank, Yerbol Suleimanov. What will you talk? What will you tell us about the Green Bridge? Thank you so much. My best wishes on the holidays. And by the way, I have a life hack for the organizers. If you organize such an event during a fast, we should exclude coffee breaks, so we cope with everything by the evening, and we do not fall out of the schedule. Could you please come closer to the microphone? We decided that we should go by Russian in our presentations. I have very limited time, but I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me for this panel session. It's always great pleasure and very useful to take part in such fora because you meet your colleagues and experts. And with regard to experts, I've noticed one thing. It's always a privilege to sit together with renowned experts by developed countries with developing countries. Unfortunately, there are not many such programs around. And if there is, let me know. Since I have worked for international organizations and projects, for projects of financial institutions, I see a lot of advantage of it in technology transfer. The big role is played by international cooperation and international institutions. So my presentation is divided into kind of two parts. First, the issues or the problems, and the second part will be more about opportunities, because as the Chinese say, any crisis is an opportunity. Well, actually, I think that everything related to technology and technology transfer is very closely linked to investment. I have worked for Kazakh Invest with investors, and back then we used to say that our main task of Kazakh Invest is for any foreign investor to feel local in Kazakhstan. And I would like to translate it to the green technology language. I would paraphrase it to say that when we do technology transfer, we need to be confident that these technologies will feel local in our context, because you can bring any technology, any equipment, or anything from abroad, but if nobody here knows how to use it, there will be a very limited benefit to that. Therefore, I am for I support the adaptation of our local conditions to foreign technologies. I'm not saying that it's a prerequisite, but in any case, if such conditions are in place, the technology transfer will be more effective. What barriers, at least from what I see and from what I have experienced in various projects, UNDP, World Bank, etc. So the barriers and challenges are listed here. Not all of them, of course, but the most important ones. So these are as follows. And these include gap between science and industry. It has become a very well-known problem, but I would suggest that we look at it from a different standpoint. Maybe we should approach it a bit differently. We keep trying to make scientists resolve issues of business and industry. However, we don't always listen to business. What technology challenges business faces. When I was working for Ministry of Education and Science, we were, trying to stimulate supply. We very rarely, maybe never, we stimulate demand. If we do stimulate demand, then on the part of business, there will be people understanding science and people speaking the same language with science. So it's one of the problems that I would like to focus on. And venture financing is something that I will talk about later. Intellectual property. On the whole, not only about intellectual property, but about harmonizing legislation, we unfortunately, and it's not a secret, in our everyday life we see that many legislative norms and standards have long become outdated. Let's take, for example, the construction industry, and Giacomo and Alexander will address those after me. A lot of construction standards have become outdated. Therefore, when you bring a modern technology, this modern technology does not align with the construction standards we have. Therefore, I think harmonization of our legislation with international harmonization should be undertaken and activated. And this will activate technology transfer without, major setbacks. Technological entrepreneurship. Kendrick talked before me, and I was a rector of Almayu before. And Almayu has a concept of an entrepreneurial university, and I think that the main driver of technology transfer is technology entrepreneurship. And I'm happy that we have today 3 representatives of universities, and I'm one of them, because we need to start from the basics. And I think the basics lie with education. And to my mind, if we start shaping people who think in technological terms and who at the same time are entrepreneurs, a lot of questions that we're discussing today would be solved more easily and rapidly. One more thing, we should always look for additional sources of financing. Government funding cannot resolve any problem entirely. In green technology, it fully applies to green technology. Venture financing is critical for green technologies. What are the opportunities? So they're all listed on this slide here. At least the one I've seen lately. I think Vladislav today addressed, and Saule addressed the thing that the problem that IT are more flexible and more agile in terms of, and they're more flexible in terms of technology transferred. But IT is an interdisciplinary area. Like AI is a good example, and that we could also use in the energy sector, green technology, and digital platforms and marketplaces, I think, is an underestimated resource in terms of technology transfer. I haven't seen any marketplaces where you could see ready-to-use technologies that could be transferred. And blockchain, I do speak English, but it's quite difficult as a mathematician to understand what how blockchain can be used. But on the whole, I think blockchain could be very well used in technology transfer and in administration. Now, ESG, one point I'd like to underline, Professor Nijat Kamar has said that Milton Friedman has said that the best corporate social responsibility is to maximize profit. I would say I would differ. I would beg to differ and paraphrase it and say it a bit differently. Corporate social responsibility, as I understand it, is related to sharing, because I think it relates to both technology transfer and green technologies, and to the conceptual thing about Green Bridge Partnership Program. So this is this ideology of sharing. If you have good technology, you could share that technology with someone who doesn't have it. But of course, you have commercial secrets and etc., profit loss, but this becomes secondary when you talk about things like ESG and sustainable development and so on. Technology commercialization has already been addressed. The only thing I'd like to say that my experience with World Bank projects in Kazakhstan, we implemented 2 projects of technology commercialization and stimulating productive innovations. We continued to do the same in Uzbekistan, and I'm part of that project. And one of the pillars of this project, one of the cornerstones, is to commercialize technologies. I think that the Central Asian region has things to offer to each other. I mean, countries within Central Asia have a lot to share, especially in terms of education and technology and science. Especially with Uzbekistan, we have a lot of things in common. We have a lot of common things in terms of our scientific potential. Therefore, programs like Green Bridge Partnership Program very clearly shows how international partnership promotes countries' development. Therefore, I encourage all experts to make as much effort as possible to develop programs like the Green Bridge.
Вот у него очень такое интересное было.
Thank you, Yerbol. Interesting presentation. He replied to Mr. Kendrick that at least Almayu declares its intent to commercialize, and Mr. White, this was a question that at least there will be a session to follow up. Yerbol also mentioned that the first barrier for the development of our startups is a lack of capital. So I'd like to give the floor to people who are best on capital. Mr. Giacomo Gianetta. He is a specialist of financial sector, FinSG of the ADB. Giacomo, the floor is yours.
Okay, you can speak English, of course.
All right, I think it's always the people with the money, right, that is the most interest, perhaps. So I have more slides than I would need for this part of the presentation, because later in the afternoon I'm going to be talking at a different panel also, more on the financial part. So I think to begin, we have to frame this as to why we talk so much about green, climate agenda, green technologies, even in this region. So, we always start with the fact that this region has some unique characteristics, obviously, and they're not always positive. So in terms of really utilization of energy, and of course, here, and even if you base this on the amount of population, on the amount of, let's say, per unit of GDP, it's much higher than comparable areas, let's say from OECD and other countries. So you've got this natural kind of incentive and maybe additional challenge to kind of overcome in terms of meeting different climate agendas and dealing with the technologies available. On the part here, I list that where does this come from? I mean, of course, the energy sector is a big contributor, agriculture, industry, transport. I pose here also this kind of a building or housing sector. And I say that because I've got a lot of projects that are ongoing now here and in the region we've got on housing. And I think it's a little bit not as fully understood, the fact that actually the housing sector is one of the main contributors, to emissions, in this whole region. So it's kind of a quiet area. You wouldn't think housing has a big impact, but it does. So some further of my discussion has a bit in terms of the impact on housing, and of course then Alexander later on some of the standards. I think it's good to be here also. So, here I bring up a few points. You might say they're impediments, but as well as, where you should seek solutions to try and encourage and develop green technologies and of course, the sharing of them. So, government support or clear government support. Now, across the region, as here in Kazakhstan, there's different strategies, programs in place, right? Objectives, green economy concepts, net zero concepts, all of these are in place. And while that sounds good, and it's a good start, from that high level, but what I find is there are issues in terms of understanding. So, even across different entities within government, and I'm not just saying specifically here for Kazakhstan, but, what I find across the region, that, different ministries, units, state-owned enterprises don't really fully understand what this means and what it means to them, or they have different objectives in terms of their mandate, what they think they should be doing, to meet, let's say, green economy programs versus another entity, and some can overlap and there can be gaps. So these are some issues. It can sound good from a high level, but then you get the practical kind of implementation issues. As well as then if you move on down, the chain from the government level down into, private sector and businesses and banking, then everybody's trying to seek and figure out what should I do for this? What should I, as let's say a bank or an entity, do to meet these, national kind of programs? There's a lack of understanding as to how they can contribute. And without that understanding and that, how do you move forward? How do you develop technologies? How do you share them? You can get to other issues too in terms of just, let's say importation, export, right? In terms of technologies, are there issues, restrictions, capacity to do that? Duties in place, taxation issues, regulatory frameworks. So these are added to the fact that you may have these high objectives, but when it comes to practical day-to-day kind of sharing, these are things that have to be dealt with. Right? Green taxonomies. The way I look at green taxonomies is it's somewhat of what I call a panacea, that it can sound good and, countries really push to put something together and some have things, taxonomies more developed than others. And in a sense, I think it's looked at as if these are developed, it somewhat solves everything. Everything's now clear, it's all solved. Let's just move forward and in a few years, everything will be green and efficient. The reality is different. The reality is that there's differences even in the region in terms of what taxonomies, how they're drafted, what they mean, how they express different things. So this can be a challenge, to try and share things. Of course, in some cases, they don't even exist, right? Or they're still in development. Even in those cases where they don't exist, or let's say they're more limited, there's also a tendency to just say, okay, let's default to that, let's say, taxonomy or similar kinds of frameworks from another region or another country. Maybe what the EU has for something. Let's just default to that. That can sound good on the surface again, but is it practical? Does it work in that local country, the conditions? You can't just transfer something immediately. You have to adapt it. Adapting to the local conditions, criteria, characteristics to see if they can work. So that's also one issue. I'll add a third point to this is the fact that taxonomies, how I see them being drafted and implemented, they're more of a legal framework, right? Something up a regulatory legal framework, which means that it has to go through government processes, procedures, perhaps even into some elements of parliament. Now, does that seem flexible and fast? Right? Technologies change, quickly they change, right? You want to have things moving and along. But if you have to wait for a regulatory change, to then decide whether what you're trying to develop now is green or not, is that going to happen quickly? So they sound good, it sounds on the surface good, idea, but they can be just as much of a burden in terms of actually trying to implement things, and move forward. Another part, if I just say this whole kind of concept, green projects, right? So you can have technologies, but how do you use them? What are you using them for? What types of projects, what types of solutions are you implementing them in? And this is where I get a little bit into the financial area, right? So things can sound good, but are they feasible? And not just feasible in terms of making a return and making sure that the cost that you have invested actually can be returned, but even bankability, right? So you need money to finance that project. So is the project as it's structured with whatever technologies have been identified, trying to be put in place, is it bankable? Meaning, can you go to a bank and get a financing, for that project? And the bank will see that, yes, you're going to make your return, it'll be feasible, you can repay, these kind of costs. So this has to be considered. So it's not just development of the technologies and can I transfer it, but are they feasible? Is it bankable? Can you actually seek finance? There's money available if something is bankable. So I think that's a key part to consider. In some areas, not just for green kind of technologies, but for other types of projects, infrastructure or something, more holistic or bigger, you can have these kind of screening, processes or project preparation facilities, right, where they can take in proposed projects, help to refine them, reform them, do some capacity development, turn something that may just sound on the surface good, but you have to now restructure it. So these kind of facilities that once they get restructured, then you have something that can be maybe more feasible or bankable, and now, move on with it. And you can, of course, add to that the green tech or the green technologies part and the financing. So the last piece is just green finance, which I think I'll save at the moment for discussion later in the afternoon. But of course, that kind of links in with this kind of feasibility and bankability. So. If I move on to capacity and knowledge, development, that, again, something may work or be available in one country, but even just transferring that to another country doesn't necessarily mean that there's knowledge there about it. Even simple things, and what I found, in terms of dealing with a lot with the housing sector on technologies and implementation, is that, small elements, putting in boilers and heaters and the radiators and switches that are put in or installed improperly, and therefore renders the whole technology useless. Or putting something in place, into a project, but then not having sufficient, volume, let's say, of local capacity to maintain it, or to make it work properly in the future, or to service it. So again, something can sound good at the beginning, but it doesn't mean it's going to continue. So this is a key part. It's not just developing this kind of, let's say, physical technology, but it's actually understanding that this needs to be serviced and implemented later. And is that, capacity available? So, this is related with the fact that in some cases, while something can sound good in terms of those, let's say for housing sector, developers can look at it that, okay, that technology sounds good, and yeah, I can see it can do something for, housing and reduce emissions, but it's a lot of work, a lot of effort, it's too much of my effort, too much of my time, all that to actually bother with it. It's too, as I call here, burdensome, and therefore, okay, I'll avoid it. I'll just go and do something else instead. So, again, you've got to overcome those hurdles. This is all capacity and knowledge in terms of getting these things in place. Related with this is that we're talking a lot about just, maybe physical technologies, right? But there's another thing that needs to be transferred, and this is something that, for example, ADB and different projects and work through also like CARIC and otherwise, we do, is you're transferring this knowledge, right? You're transferring lessons learned. In one country, you may have done some project and you've learned something from that in terms of how it had to function, what was in place, what worked well, what didn't work, and you're transferring that knowledge, that capacity. You're looking at best practices in one place and trying to see if those can work in another. So again, not just talking about the physical, technology, but in terms of like this capacity. So this is, again, for the region, also what can be transferred in from outside the region and across. MRV, which everybody, probably understands the general concepts that you can have things, but, can you actually measure it, verify it, that it actually has an impact? And, that whole process of measuring it, verifying it, validating it, differs in different countries, right? Or if it even exists, those capacity exists in different countries. So, and again, you've got the issue that do you just then default to some other, a second country or another area or a region to say that, well, if they did it and they certified something, then it's going to work in my country, which it may or may not apply, right? You've got different circumstances, climatic conditions, let alone the impact, as I mentioned, that just taking something and putting it in place doesn't mean that it was installed properly, serviced properly, maintained properly, right? So it may look good, but how do you measure or verify that? So the last part, risk mitigation, energy savings, I'm going to save for this afternoon when it comes to the financial part. So just a couple of quick, I know there was we had a discussion yesterday, I think, for preparing here, trying to give some practical examples. I think often wherever I go and start to talk about these things in projects, green technologies, one of the main things I hear back is that it costs too much, it's not going to work. Everybody thinks all green technologies, and I'm saying a more broad-based, I'm not saying the most sophisticated parts, all that just costs too much and therefore it doesn't work, which is a misnomer. It doesn't mean that. It can mean also different practices, types of, implementation of something, knowledge. I say if we talk about active as well as passive technologies, right, that can have an impact. So all of this has to be understood that it doesn't mean that right away there's just a high cost. So you have to think about this as part of the whole kind of concepts. Green housing. This is, again, I've got later, many projects we're working on in terms of housing and housing finance and green housing finance. So let's talk about the certifications, right? Many exist around the world, LEED, EDGE, BREEAM, all sorts of different, certifications. And again, this is one thing I pull into the green taxonomies, that taxonomies often reference certain, certification standards, right? But what about beyond that? So if the taxonomy is written and it has a clearly defined, certain, you can use LEED, EDGE, BREEAM, which even those standards are different. So it doesn't mean they're all equal and the same and have the same impact. So even when you get down to the MRV or the measurement of the impact of those technologies, some building that's EDGE versus, let's say, LEED, you're going to have different impacts on the environment. So even if you're certified. So is that really the intention, in terms of green taxonomies? And if new standards come up, well, then what? Let's have a regulatory change first before these can be adopted, even if they may be better. Last example I give, and then we can move on, is just, this kind of local verification or even testing, which fits into this. And I bring this up because, for example, let's say windows, and we're looking at housing, that, here in Kazakhstan, often window frames, right, the window systems are used, and they're German, production. And they're certified, of course, in Germany, yes. But then when they're brought here, they're not brought holistically, they're brought here in pieces and assembled locally. These assembling, locally doesn't mean that the window now has the same, standards and impact as it would, let's say, in Germany. So, okay, so I will move on to the rest of housing here. Thank you.
Итак, господин Giacomo.
Mr. Giacomo, Janetta, you mentioned that green construction increases the cost. So, Alexander, do you agree that green housing, green construction is increasing the costs? You can agree or you can disagree, so the floor is yours. Thank you so much. Thank you for this question. On behalf of the Kazakh Council on Green Construction, I'd like to thank the organizers for this invitation to this panel. So the green housing is often mentioned at our session, and lately for several years there is an increased interest to this issue in Kazakhstan and other countries of Central Asia, including Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan. So why it happens and how it's related to green technologies. I believe that the organizers of this session were quite logical. There were some general reports, and mine is more private, more focused on how the green construction could be a driver to attract green technologies. Saule, in her presentation at the beginning, she mentioned that 28% are the technologies meant for green construction. I've recalled this number. So why is it important for Kazakhstan? I'd like to show this diagram. On the left, there is a GIZ report, and it shows how much the energy consumption should be reduced in order to reach carbon neutrality by 2060. And in the housing sector, there is a number 40% plus. In order to reach the net zero, by this sector, the consumption should be only 23 by 2060. So we need to decrease the consumption twice. But so far, the numbers against these approaches, as of 2023, the housings are number one. It's 45%. Now there is a different amount. It's 43% of energy consumption. So the green housings are the target to reach, because according to the World Council on Green Construction, the green buildings have the least impact on the environment and climate. And Giacomo mentioned LEED and BREEAM. They are well-known certification systems. There are also some local, national certification systems. You can see them on the right. And Kazakhstan is among such countries. In Central Asia, we are the first country that has developed our own national certificate or a system of assessing green buildings. It's called OMIR. So some brief information about the standard. You will see the website at the end to review it. So we have a system which is related to the LEED system, similar to LEED. We also have 110 score and 57 assessment criteria. And the biggest criteria, as you see, are in energy, in areas related to materials, etc. What does it mean? It means that for these sectors, technologies are required which are green in order to make the building green. And here I mentioned the statistics on assessing our buildings. We have assessed them 110 buildings that has went through successful environmental assessment. And on the right you may see the share of reaching highest score on different categories. And in the energy sector, which I've mentioned, we see that we have only 64%. It's an average score. So the rest is a room to grow. And in materials, there is only 29%. It means that we are not using such green materials. And some things are well developed, but in some areas there is still room for improvement. And talking about green technologies, to talk about its transfer, it's possible when we will establish some stimuli for its use in different sectors. For the housing sector, we've mentioned the technologies that are often used, that are rare used, technologies that are never used, and technologies which no one knows of. I'm not going to mention them. You can see them on the slide. This is based on our experience. And we see that technologies are successfully used for the insulation to make the building more effective, for facade insulation, and also water-saving technologies, but rarely used, and we rarely see, such as small wind generation, and we are buying modern lifts and elevators, but when confirming its energy efficiencies, the companies are reluctant to do this, and it turns out that they are not green. There are conventional engines used for those elevators. And also there are energy-saving windows, as Giacomo mentioned. They bring technologies from Germany, but they assemble them locally with different standards because the window is a holistic product consisting of a frame and the glass and all the fixtures. And then it's not uh, energy compliant, energy saving compliant. And we are not using at all such technologies as green roof in different options. The companies are not doing energy modeling, not talking about carbon modeling. Photovoltaics in the buildings which we have assessed, it's almost absent. There is an intent, but it hasn't happened in reality. Uh, water uh, water technologies, it's some also green technologies. We visited Azerbaijan and we helped the colleagues to assess the first green building in Baku, and it had the recycling and using the water for watering plants. And there are some innovational technologies which are not known in Kazakhstan, and in order to bring them here and to implement them, it takes a difficult journey to bring them, to adopt them, to pilot them and monitor, and only then to recommend and first to raise awareness. And the impediments, the technologies will not go into construction if there are certain impediments which should be uh, overcome. And these are the barriers which we see each time when we do assessment. And of course, these are the construction norms and standards. Some of the issues we have accommodated, but the construction norms they do not require using green solutions. They are optional. and to believe that they will be widely used, it's only a small percentage. A lack of economic incentives, there are no tax benefits and subsidies. We've tried to implement subsidizing the interest rate or the the main part of the loan, but these are still pilot projects which haven't been scaled up throughout the country. And there is another impediment, it's a lack of awareness. Our design companies are not fully aware of implementing these green technologies. So that's why there is a lack of qualified personnel. It's a serious impediment as of now. Another impediment is a minimum cost of construction. So construction is trying to have least cost. So developers are not motivated to implement energy efficient green technologies because they are not operating the buildings and they don't have reasons to implement energy efficiency. Another impediment is a passive position of the government as the customer. The state procurement does not accommodate these requirements, climate criteria. There is lack of green schools, green kindergartens. They are all built as ordinary buildings. Another impediment is the lack of green technologies, green materials market that would be certified. So if we request a certification, then the companies cannot do that. And there is lack of climate regulation in construction. So I'm not going to read all these opportunities for implementation. I'm going to talk about economic stimulation and about personal training. I'm going to mention the last thing. We need to strengthen the ecosystem of transfer, that we don't have to buy everything. We need to invent some things and to establish them, to adopt them and use green technologies in construction. So that is an important issue. My last slide, everything not so bad, and especially for our guests, one of the buildings which we have recently certified is an office located in Karaganda. It's quite a well-known building in Kazakhstan, housed by Ergonomica, using all available technologies as of 2009. It's the sun-radiated. There are efficient windows, heat pumps, smart heating, lack of conditioning, and building insulation. And there is also water leaks automation, also green technology. Most of these technologies are developed in-house by Ergonomica company. So that's why they received a gold certificate for Amir, and they've scored 65 points. So this is our website. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So you said that green construction is expensive, and I think I decided not to directly respond to this question. I think this should be addressed by those who develop these technologies. I'll give you just one figure. If we bring green technologies at the design stage, the energy saving by 30% leads to the project becoming more expensive only by 9%. At an earlier stage, the building, if we bring green technologies at an earlier stage, the building even be less expensive. Well, but it will still be more expensive than without green technology. We have one more speaker. You have talked about the weak green technology market, and I would like to give floor to a startup, representative of a water startup, Alexander Rayband, director of Science Center for Water. And could we speed up? You have 7 minutes. Here's my presentation. Good afternoon. We began as a startup at the North Kazakhstan University. We were provided money to take this technology to the market, and as has been mentioned, this is a long journey, and it's very difficult to make through this journey without additional financial support. Our topic is transfer of sustainable technologies of decarbonization and effluent treatment. The technology itself is based on our own algae strain, Florella vulgaris. Then a lot of technology developed around it. We did 3 major projects in the country. We did one project in Petropavlovsk, the other in Kostanay, and the third in Shymkent. We continued to work with that, and we got a new idea that was supported by Ministry of Environment. The technology can bring profit by in that there is no greenhouse emissions when using this technology in effluent treatment. And in terms of this technology's transfer, we have transferred this technology to 3 major organizations for an amount of about 90 million tenge. What are the problems that we're trying to solve? One of them is the complete wear and tear of infrastructure, and the second one is the target to achieve net zero by 2060, and we are addressing both of these issues, and we bring water to a level where it can be used for irrigation, it can be used for fish farming, and all that can be done green, carbon neutral. And if we look how many treatment points are out of repair, are outdated, if we use our technology for all the effluent treatment facilities, we will have achieved the completion of 1/6 of Kazakhstan's net zero commitments. The decomposition of organics happens differently in different water bodies. In an anaerobic water body, you have methane and nitrogen oxide, and in aerobic ponds, where this is not all emitted, you can build, using this difference, you can build a climate project. Since we are reducing methane and nitrogen oxide, this project is very sizable. Petropavlovsk, where you have this climate project, the concept was approved by Ministry of Environment and Jasil Damu, and last December this project was validated. This project has been launched. 52,000 carbon units per year is the potential of Petropavlovsk, and the land area is about 450 hectares. and quite big effect for carbon units. The concept for Kostanai is being approved, and Shymkent is deciding whether to go local or to go international in terms of carbon markets. Now, what we do in terms of reduction and what are our future markets based on our technology. Central Asian countries are very promising, as well as Brazil and India. For the growth of our algae, we need fresh water ponds. The technology of effluent treatment are very similar and are very well supported, and our technologies can be very well supported. And since our technology is based on international principles, it's easy to access a country, enter a market, and use our technology. What are our results in terms of the number of people covered? Shymkent is the last one. It has the lowest number of carbon units. I'm talking about Shymkent. Technology transfer. We do transfer our technology to other countries, and we transfer them not entirely but partially. For example, we work with Karakalpak National University. They have a presidential grant, and so they are desalinating soil, and it's the same as turning a pond from anaerobical to aerobical. With Kyrgyzstan, we work on minor projects in Kyrgyzstan. Well, our technologies are not very much applicable in Kyrgyzstan because they have like small facilities like hotels for which need their water treatment. And we have a very big project with Russian railways for their carbon site. And railways are very much interested now in reducing carbon emissions. And we are now working in Voronezh Oblast on 2 water collectors. What are our goals? I've already mentioned achieving 1/6 of Kazakhstan's commitments, and to do that, we want to borrow funds from GEF, and using this money, we can work with some of the water networks in Kazakhstan and Central Asia, and it will yield 10 million carbon units. So if we reduced carbon emissions by 1 metric ton, we save 2.5 thousand tenge. So the barriers, our water networks, are owned by government, and they can receive money or gain money only from their own activities. The water channels, water networks can generate but cannot sell carbon units, because selling carbon units does not belong to their core operations. And but they can have very big amounts of carbon units. So we need a certain consortium of donors, and I think it should start with an approval by the ministry for the ministry to provide a concept note so that we can access the green climate fund or facility. So I'll be happy to take any questions. Please stay around. So people can ask you questions. Now, Yerbol has asked a question of Mr. Kapar. The question is, Yerbol did not agree with the thesis, with the point that you voiced, that if the business doesn't have profit, there will not be environmental effect. And Yerbol says there is social responsibility that is more significant. Do you agree that with Yerbol's rebuttal? Well, I just paraphrased it. It's not that I disagreed. I paraphrased Friedman's phrase, who said that corporate responsibility is maximizing profit. And I said that corporate responsibility is more about sharing. So in this case, you share technology and knowledge. So I did not.
Yerbol, because this is the sharing of the wealth, the resources is the way to look forward, which is what many companies are doing today. But this was what he disagreed was not with what I said, but what with Milton Friedman said back in the 70s. Yes. You wanted to. Okay, then we'll leave him out. Well, the question today would be, what is the limit? Even if we agree to share, obviously, if we share everything, then there's no point of having a company and running it as a business. So it's always a matter of to what degree is a company or business is willing to share beyond their obligation, beyond their formal obligation. And that depends on the cultural context, the national context, as well as the philosophy of the company. So it's really something that is discussed a lot in the context of business, in business studies.
Is it enough for you, Yerbol? Пожалуйста.
I would like to add to what has been said. This question is very interesting and complex. It very much applies to the construction sector that I represent. Of course, at the initial phase, profit is very important, and companies, by implementing green technologies, calculate on getting some perks, some bonuses, and green construction has become very active recently, and there was a very great message from Odbasi Bank, the green mortgage. These are ESG commitments. Then you also have regulators' requirements, and it's a great incentive for other banks to get activated. But you cannot incentivize things endlessly, and you need to have the reverse process from businesses, and the businesses start to realize the perks. And one of the perks is you enhance your reputation by sharing, but it's important to strike this balance between economy and the voluntary contribution. That's my opinion. So there needs to be some kind of balance. Mr. Kapar, I thought, would not agree, but he agreed with you. But you have broken all the intrigue. So there is no antagonism in this respect, and I think it's a very interesting topic from the standpoint of commercialization, because when we talk about the green bridge, it is the responsibility of countries that are more developed, and it's the responsibility to the less developed countries. And commercialization is about introducing technologies to gain profit, and I agree with Alexander. And you need to find that point where from earning profit you transit to social responsibility. In the environmental code, it clearly says that any introduction of green technology should have environmental and social impact. Therefore, all these issues. So, Milton Friedman was not right. Profit is not the most important thing. A question to Mr. Kapar once again.
Businesses, of course, it's a very important motivation, without which businesses would not exist. So, I mean, the balance factor is here always important. You cannot ignore it. You can also not ignore the larger needs of the society and the environment. You cannot make profits at the expense of the humanity, the environment, But that's why, it always comes back to the balance and also incentives. I think the biggest opportunity, the way we see what's happening, is to make this a win-win situation for businesses where it actually also makes sense to invest, for example, in green technologies. But not everything happens at once, as with everything else. I mean, you have to, it's a progressive thing. The new technology, like any new technology, electric cars, for example, are more expensive. And it takes time for it to economize and then become more efficient and then to be adopted. But without investment, of course, to the future and the future generations, then of course there'll be a higher price to pay too. We need to think about that too. So it's really making sure, just like the environment has to stay sustainable, from a business point of view, businesses also have to stay sustainable too.
So first is profit, second is social impact, or?
Well, first of all, I'm not representing businesses. I'm a professor of business. I'm the dean of a business school. But so I've tried to present a balanced point of view from what we see, what we teach, and what we observe. Of course, businesses cannot ignore, as we said, the effect of sustainability. But it cannot come at the high expense of profits, because profit is the driver of business. It's similar to saying, if you have to make an analogy, forget businesses, look at individuals. How much of your salary are you willing to spend on social causes? You cannot say, I can spend all of it, because then you have nothing for yourself.
And there is a clear answer to your ball. There is a clear answer, you see? So, Hendrik, you want to add something also?
Yeah, I wanted to say that for the last 50 years, we've been driven by a form of capitalism, driven by financial capitalism, very often driven by Wall Street, which is grow, maximize marginal profitability, and so on. And I think that today we're living in a different world. And so I think that today economists have to consider a new model of capitalism, honestly speaking, which is more sustainable, which is more focused on creating sustainable, high-quality, high-paying jobs. And I think this mentality is going to be taking hold because of events like this, because we have to develop new systems for sustainability, not just grow, maximize marginal profit. So financial capitalism is going to be replaced by a new form of capitalism, in my opinion.
Thank you very much for raising this issue, because without discussing it, it would have been not a complete discussion. Unfortunately, sometimes we see good businesses, profitable businesses that are not responsible to the society. The fact that we are raising these issues is already a good thing. So, but what is more important? Any project is phased. At some phases, profitability is more important. As Alexander says, to survive, you need money. But when you have established yourself, and when you have money, you have to become more socially responsible. So you agree with Friedman, profit first? Well, I just paraphrased him. You disagreed with him and you paraphrased him. Giacomo wants to respond.
Finance perspective. I look at what Milton Friedman said, and he's been always a mentor of mine since even I was a child, but that even what we have today is consistent with what he's saying. He hasn't changed. That comment fits perfectly still into the current world of green climate. And the reason I say that is the fact that we're just looking at profit, meaning like revenue of something. but we're not looking at the cost of capital. So investors still, just as before, have certain interests in why they invested in a company. Let's say when in the 1970s, why they invested like that. And today they have other interests potentially. So as that capital is now reallocated because the investor makes a decision that to them they feel that they want to have something green or socially responsible, how they use their money, how they invest it, they're willing to take a different type of return. And by offering that to certain companies that are offering that investor what they want, they're getting a lower cost of capital. They're still making their profit. Completely. They haven't had to reduce their profits.
So you agree that profit is the first?
So I think it's the same thing, no different today versus what he said before.
Okay. Thank you. Уважаемые коллеги, в зале были вопросы.
Thank you, colleagues. There were questions from the floor, and there is a microphone here. Please make available the microphone. Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. My first question is for Saule. In your presentation, I apologize. I represent Asian Development Bank. In your presentation, you had the number of $38.8 billion of green market capacity in Kazakhstan. Could you break down this figure into sectors and into periods? A very interesting question. In 2023, with Kaz Innovations, we held a national foresight of green tech. And back then, we had an intent of calculate the market, and together with the Institute of Economic Research, we developed a methodology of how you calculate it. And each head of sector used this methodology, and we came up with this number, 38.8. And this is a lower figure than that we had before. So what is the sectoral breakdown? I have a great calculation that we did and how we achieved those figures. And 38 billion is the aggregate of the whole green market. And at the International Center of Green Technologies, at the commission of the Ministry of Environment, we did an analysis of green technology use at Category 1 and Category 2 facilities. We did this analysis for the whole year back in 2023. And out of over 2,000 Category 1 and 2 companies, only 5% implement these technologies. And back then, when we did this analysis, this was 2019, there was already a market for green technology. So you plan to update and update this calculation. Is it in open access, this methodology? We have a major report. We did a program, a targeted technological program, green tech, and there is market as we calculated, and there is specific supply, and there are proposals how to stimulate the market. So we can get this information out of this report, right? Another question. So you have a project for creating a global digital platform. So you mean what's the status of this platform? Well, we are now developing the technical specification for the IT company for them to develop software. Well, several companies actually. So what is the approximate time of implementation? We want to show the initial results at COP30 because we are actively integrating in IPA Green. They have their digital platform, but it provides only a solution, and it involves more businesses than the government. But first, we will integrate with that. We are already sending our technologies and best available techniques manuals, and with CTCN, it's the same. Now, you can ask your questions individually after that, and we are done with this part of the panel. And we continue with the next part of the conference. Thank you to everybody.
postulates or best available technologies. Please take your seats. So this is the second session on the establishment of the Central Asian Best Available Technologies Bureau.
Так, вот она, на рус. Еще раз можно, пожалуйста? Ага.
colleagues, we are happy to welcome you to the second part of our event, to our panel session, to establish the digital platform of the Central Asian BAT Bureau. We're going to talk about more down-to-earth things. We're going to talk about pollutant that has to be controlled in every country and in the Central Asian region as a whole. We're happy to welcome you, and to open this workshop, the floor is given Deputy Chair of the Environmental Control of the Ministry of Natural Resources, Mr. Bekmuhamedov Alibek. I'd like to welcome you and to express my gratitude for this opportunity to participate at this forum and to exchange our experience. Kazakhstan became the first country in Central Asia which has introduced the requirements on the best available technologies. Since 2021, the new environmental code was adopted in Kazakhstan, which has demanded to use BAT and comprehensive environmental permissions. The modern state requires to transit to sustainable manufacturing. These technologies allows us to minimize the impact on the environment, to reduce the emissions, and to increase the efficiency of using resources. Kazakhstan has developed 20 directories on BAT, covering the largest pollutants and opening new opportunities for the company's technical modernization. Technical regulation, as of 2025, there are requests to get comprehensive environmental permission, and we have 3 requisitions from the petrochemistry plants. The experience of accumulating waste in Kazakhstan is an example for Central Asian region. We'd like to thank Mr. Alibek for his valuable words. Your participation shows the importance of the issues that we discussed today, and it facilitates the development of the environmental regulation. For the next 5 years, the environmental regulation is to change, and the old permissions for the emissions, for the impact, would be only applicable for the second and third degree companies. So in order for the environment to develop, to be cleansed, not only locally in Kazakhstan, there is an initiative to establish the Central Asian BAT Bureau, so that all countries of the region could participate and take the best world practices, not only to search for the BATs abroad, but we can look at Kazakhstan, we can look at our achievements, and that's how we can learn the best available technologies and best practices. Based on the example of our partners, the Uzbekistan is now working on BAT implementation. There is a concept until 2030. There are workshops carried out, the foreign experience is studied, and legislatively based, but the platform is not ready yet to establish the environmental code for transferring to BAT principle. Turkmenistan has plans to reduce the methane emissions. It also involves the greenhouse gas emissions. So looking at the pollutant that are negatively impacting not only the environment but also the health of our people, health of our citizens. In Kyrgyz Republic, they are implementing the BAT as a document. There are plans to reduce the pollutants, and there are looking towards the EU standards. In Tajikistan, this concept is being discussed to be transferred to the environmental policy. Mostly they are focusing on the hydropower energy without using anything else. In general, according to the requirements of the environmental code, the International Center for the Green Technologies will provide for the step-by-step transition. So we cannot just describe the BAT directory. We need to understand where the area is as an industry. And only then we can understand where they are to move. And the NDT inquiry directory is based on the best available technologies from the OECD countries. So the results of our work, we have more than 100 comprehensive technical audits at the most energy-intensive industries, developing 20 directories out of 2016. So the directories are the documents which determine the rules game, because when the company is going to plan its activity tomorrow, they're not going to use the emissions calculations, but they're going to look at the frames not in ton per second, but milligram per cubic centimeter. According to the new rules, the top 50 companies since 2025 of the first category have to use BAT principles and get comprehensive environmental permits such as ERG, Kazzinc, Kazakmys. They're all holders of 70–80% of the emissions throughout Kazakhstan. It's important to note that the BAT and its bureau, National Bureau for the Best Available Technologies, enjoys international support, developing the audits, developing BAT directories. They are not developed locally only by our employees, but we're using international experts, we're using international financial institutions to accompany the development of directories for Kazakhstan. Within our report, we are suggesting to support this digital platform in all Central Asian countries because it creates stimulus for modernization, for the economic measures to support the implementation of SDGs, increasing the efficiency, increasing the line of products, energy savings. And in order for you to understand what is BAT, it's not just environmental efforts, it's not just emissions, but for the stakeholders, BAT is to save, it's to increase the margin of your products, not to lose your materials for the. So when you're going to save and manufacture best products, the environment is to follow. So when you're going to save, you're going to be environmentally clean. So that's why they're all working on the BAT principles and getting comprehensive environmental permit. So Central Asian BAT Bureau. We have a site for our digital platform. First of all, the digital platform will contain not just general data, general information on what is happening in the region. It's going to have the history for the Central Asia Bureau, the reasons of its establishment and key areas. Secondly, we're going to talk about legislation. So there will be a specific list of the shareholders, those that represent the government, from the Ministry of Environment in Central Asia, those that will determine the policy. We also like to show the legislative base of all countries. This is quite important for the state bodies, for the business, and for those that are going to develop its business in Kazakhstan and throughout Central Asia, the investors. And there will be also a press room. There will be news covered not only in Kazakhstan, like the first country which have implemented the principles of the environmental permits, but also what's going to face the countries in Central Asia. There will be some technical working groups on this platform, joined by all representatives of the Ministry of Environment of the entire region, so that when the cement industry of Uzbekistan, they would like to get the comprehensive environmental permit, there will be a technical group helping them to write the foundation, so that the MPA are the rules, the BAT, which will develop the complex comprehensive audit and writing the directory on BAT, so that the companies could timely transition to green corridors and attract new investors, new green money. Also, additional function is to find the information throughout this website and to get the access towards the personnel. So I'd like to boast here that Kazakhstan has reached new heights in BAT, which is confirmed by the international expert community. So Kazakhstani experts are among the OECD countries on the low carbon development, and they actively promoting their policy in Central Asia and in EU. Kazakhstan has developed 7 directories on NDT, which are unique for Kazakhstan. And so our colleagues from the Central Asian Bureau, they're saying that we are ready to learn from Kazakhs on how to write directories. It's about the oil and gas production, it's the titanium and magnesium processing, coal beautification. There are some directories that are not available throughout the world. And that is the common achievement of the international and national expert community of Kazakhstan. Thank you so much, colleagues. Next, I'd like to move to our international colleagues. And next, I'd like to give the floor to Vladislav Bizek. This is an international expert with huge experience, former Vice Minister of Ecology in Czech Republic. He is a Doctor of Science and our big friend. He helps us with the development of the directory. We'd like to thank Mr. Bizek for his input into environment. 42 years is his total experience. And in addition to this world-scale experience, he is also working in 22 countries. And so the floor is given to Mr. Vladislav Bizek.
Thank you for the floor. I hope you can hear me well. First of all, I would like to thank Kazakhstan and congratulated on its success. My cooperation with Kazakhstan on BAT has been ongoing for 5 years. We did several projects, and I hope our project work will continue further. The one thing I would like to highlight about the digital center. First of all, it's not only Kazakhstan, but also all Central Asian countries. There is a great potential for BAT implementation and use. The idea of regional integration is a very sound idea because the European Union and OECD provides some structure for BAT, and it would be good for Central Asian countries to have such a center. One of the fundamental instruments of such a center is this digital database. And I would like to say a couple of words about the structure. Please, next slide. It has already been said that there is a matching, or there is such a center already exists, but I would like to add something. I have already worked with lots of such databases and information systems, and for me, I feel that the architecture is the most fundamental point, because if you take several target groups of users, there will be investors, there will be government staffers, there will be researchers, etc. And I think it is sensible to set up a subsystem for each group of potential users, because everybody looks for some core information, but then they will search for special information. Therefore, the system should be constructed in a way to be convenient for all groups of users. Because we have to take into account the way each group works. So the system should be user-friendly. And secondly, we should deal not only with BAT, the situation, the whole social and environmental situation should be covered. And the third aspect that I'd like to underline is the level of activity, because we need to make sure that, well, we can set up a digital platform that is updated once a month, but to my mind, it's not sufficient. My recommendation here is to have a proactive approach to users. So we need to take an approach where we have several updates per month, let's say on a certain technology, and this would attract a lot of users. That's basically it from me. If there are questions, I'll be happy to take them. And now I would like to thank you for your time. Thank you so much, Mr. Bizik. We thank you for your informative presentation and for supporting our platform. Your long-term experience is an important contribution to our organization and to the country as a whole, and even more to the whole region. We highly appreciate your participation and hope to continue our cooperation. The next floor goes, I would like to give to Ms. Kolesnikova. She's a senior staff member of Ministry of Environment of the Czech Republic. She's an international legal expert on environment and waste management, so it's a very versatile specialist. She participates in international environmental projects and consults Belarus, Ukraine, and Kazakhstan governments. The floor is yours, Ms. Kolesnikova. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you very well. Thank you for this introduction. And I'm an international expert in environmental protection. From an expert standpoint, I do support the creation of a platform of Central Asia and Kazakhstan that will consolidate all knowledge in environmental protection for Central Asia. This platform can have more functions than just introducing VAT. Kazakhstan is a pioneer on adapting in legislative framework. The adaptation started in 2018. There was support from German agency, and Kazakhstan continues developing bylaws to introduce BATs. There are a lot of common areas for Central Asian countries. So this includes waste management, treatment of sewage, treatment of technological effluent. And this region has a common market of technologies and commodities. This transfer is natural. Maybe we should, it makes sense to look at the policies of the European Union, which is now establishing an information platform. A couple of days ago, the European Parliament has approved the format of this platform, and its introduction should be complete by the end of this year. By the end of this year, all information sources should be adapted into one platform. What are the expectations? The expectations are that the synergies will arise, and the communities will benefit from it. And each euro invested will return a lot of beneficial information. And for Central Asia, you could have a lot of innovative projects. their data could be grouped in a certain modality, maybe confidential or non-confidential, and it's a policy matter. And where experts such as myself and other international experts could draw their knowledge both on political and technical matters that would lead to the improvement of environmental protection. And I like to support that. Kazakhstan is indeed the country where such platform would make most sense. Thank you, Ms. Kolesnikova. We thank you for your valuable talk and for your friendship. And it is thanks to you that important industrial manuals are being written and that complex audits are being conducted. So thank you to you and to Mr. Bisek. Now, very briefly, the idea of creating Central Asian office for BAT, it's a sort of an analog of an existing BAT office for all OECD countries. It's a kind of collaboration between all countries, of all experts that promotes the modernization of all industries. As for the more practical methodology and how waste management technologies, for example, to say to become companies to become more technological. And to address this, I would like to give floor to our friend from Romania. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to apologize that I do not speak a local language, and I will try to translate. We are very happy to be here with you, and we appreciate our colleagues from ICTIC, from Astana for the invitation. I am an environmental protection engineer, and I am an ecologist. I've worked in this area for 25 years in a row. At 9 years, I worked for the European company OMV Petrom. In 2009, I established a group of companies, Stilo, where I'm a director general, and this company is the biggest supplier of services in oil industry in Romania and for some countries in the European Union. In my career, I gained vast experience in environmental protection, in waste management, and in greening industrial sites. And these projects had made great contribution into the development into the greening of our country. Also, I would like to say a couple of words about the best available technologies. Of course, BAT is a key concept in environmental protection, which is aimed at ensuring the use of best available technologies to prevent and mitigate environmental impact. If we ask the question where these requirements came from, the answer is very simple. These requirements derive from environmental protection and public health. And of course, it is very closely related to the legal framework also, as one of the speakers noted before me, BAT is economically effective and provides long-term sustainability, and all of that is related. At this point in time, BAT is not limited to specific technologies, but also includes best practices in terms of environmental management, the organization, industry, and environmental assessment. As a conclusion, the introduction of BAT in environmental protection has great significance to ensure more sustainable future, and these technologies not only improve the environmental indicators of industry, but are a key element in protecting public health and minimizing environmental impact. And apart from pursuing these tasks, there needs to be close international cooperation. Listening to each other is very important. Thus, only in this case can you successfully deal with these tasks. And now I would like to congratulate you on the digital platform of Central Asian Office for BAT, which is aimed at expanding and introduction BAT in the region. And this project for us personally is very important. It's an important source of inspiration. As far as we have seen and read, this project is a very powerful one, and as a country and as a company, we are ready to cooperate and work with you for a mutual benefit. And we are confident that this platform will enhance the regional cooperation and facilitates each country's efforts in introducing BAT, which finally leads to the achievement of set targets. Once again, our congratulations. As specialists, we very well understand that this platform is of great significance, not only for Kazakhstan, but also for other Central Asian countries. It will also provide a beneficial effect on the European Union. As I have said before, I am a project implementer. We would like to demonstrate a short video where we did one important project for OMV Petrom. For you to have an idea, when Romania was acceding the European Union, the whole area of Romania had 100 sludge pits. These are so-called historical sludge pits. And 45 of these pits belonged to OMV Petrom. About 1 million tons of historical sludge. We provided their disposal in 2 years. We're talking about 44 pits. And then over in 2016 and 2017, our company did disposal for the last pit. And this video will be about this last pit. We are talking about a pit which has a volume of about 70,000 tons. And 69,000 tons were solid particles, and 1 ton was liquid part. For the liquid part, for the liquid phase, we used a centrifugal system, and for we used thermal desorption. This project we implemented in 12 months. Why I'm talking about this project? Because when we completed this project, this equipment for thermal desorption, we brought this equipment to Kazakhstan. We did two projects for Karajanbas Munaygas. And this year, very soon, we would like to do one more pit, and we would like to show the power of this technology. This will be a video in Russian. Once again, thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor to be here with you. The video will be about the project that we completed in Romania. Under the authorization and supervision of European Union authorities.
Румыния. Это государство расположенное в восточной части Балканского полуострова и в юго-восточной части Центральной Европы, на Нижнем Кавказе. На юго-востоке омывается половодьем Черного моря.
Romania is in southeastern Europe. Romania has been rich in oil. Oil remnants were found on kitchen utensils from 2nd century AD. Is that the SDT-10M is a thermal desorption station for cleaning soil. It can be transported using 10 trailers. Installation time is minimal because no foundation is required. An electric connection is a socket connection. Oil sludge contains liquid and solid waste. Liquid waste is extracted using a pump, and it's processed in a double-phase decantator. The sludges are extracted by excavators and loaded on trucks to transport the waste for desorption. The transportation is done by special trucks in line with legislation requirements. Before unloading, the waste is weighed to determine the exact amount of waste. Liquid waste is placed into a liquid decanter, and the waste is processed in a double-phased process. The liquid is the treated liquid, the purified liquid is used for ground hydration. The solid waste is transported for processing at a thermal desorption station. The waste is unloaded on a temporary platform, storage platform for conditioning, and then a special additive is added, and the additive is added for dehydration and for preparation for screening. The prepared material should have a maximum size of 5 centimeters. The conditioned and screened waste is transported in an excavator to a loading hopper to the desorption station, which cleans soil from hydrocarbons. A special conveyor is used for loading. There are two conveyors, and one of the conveyors is tilted. It has a magnetic separator for holding metallic elements that could be contained in the soil. Desorber is a reverse flow unit. The temperature is 450 degrees Celsius, and hydrocarbons are released by evaporation. The processed soil is unloaded using an auger conveyor. It is cooled to 110 degrees and then further transported by another conveyor. The the processed soil, is unloaded into trucks or on special storage platforms. Gases and vapors contain dust particles and have to go through cyclone separators. The dust is then rediverted to this desorber. The thermal oxidation chamber uses direct flame. The oxidation takes place at 850 degrees. This structure allows collection of big amounts of volatile gases. At the inlet pipe, there is a gas sensor which measures the amount of toxic substances, thus regulating the whole system. The dust is fed to the feeding augers, which is then fed into decontaminated soil. The reprocessed soil will be provided for laboratory analysis to establish how decontaminated the material is. The desorbed material will be temporarily stored on a platform, and the processed material will be sampled for testing. Based on test results, decisions will be made on whether to reprocess the material or whether it can be used, or whether it can be stored on platforms or reused. Mr. Faur, Mr. Gabriel, I thank you first of all for your presentation, for a very informative presentation. In a short video, you were able to show an important technology that reprocesses and decontaminates soil, which is very relevant for our western region. Since you're preparing this equipment for Western Kazakhstan, it's quite possible that this technology will be widely used, not only in Kazakhstan, but also in other Central Asian countries. Why? Because the initiative for setting up the BAT office was proposed at COP29 in Baku. And it was very well met by international community. Tajikistan and Uzbekistan have already confirmed their commitment to the creation of the digital platform and the Central Asian office for BAT. Therefore, if you plan to help the participant countries in sharing such technology, and it's desirably that this technology should be provided not expensively, because as said in the previous session, we need to localize, because as soon as we localize production, the cost of your technology will, the self-cost will decrease by at least 30%, which will be very well responded to by Central Asian countries. Thank you so much once again for your kind words, and we would like to add one more thing about this technology, that this technology has been tested multiple times in Romania and European Union, and it has a maximum efficiency. Romania had also hard times in terms of environment. In 2010, in early 2000s, we looked for different options that did not yield good results. We used all kinds of methods, such as burying, flashing, but it didn't give good results. The waste, uh, the waste still had an impact. Once again, I have 25 years of experience in this area, and it's not only rec, ex, office experience, but also field experience. I have also 8 to 9 colleagues. Undoubtedly, this technology is one of the approaches that can be used to resolve environmental issues in Kazakhstan. And it's not just my words. There are results, there are solid results that can be seen. Physics and chemistry is the same in Kazakhstan, European Union, and US. It's only about accuracy. And I'll be at your service. I will provide my experience to Kazakhstan as a consultant, as an advisor, without any reward. As an expert, I will be happy to make available my knowledge to benefit Kazakhstan. And thank you so much for your time. And I wish you a beautiful spring with clean air. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take them. Just a second. I would also like to give floor now to Director of Association on Waste Management, Vera Mustafina. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I represent the Kazakh Association for Waste Management, Kaz Waste. We work not only in Kazakhstan but across Central Asia. Therefore, I would like to say a couple of words in support of this new platform on BAT. Since we work with different countries, we see that it's a single platform, single space between our countries, from the Caspian Sea coasts to China. We have very similar background, therefore we understand each other very well when we meet at different events. Also, we are converging on our environmental legislation because all countries have memoranda and agreements with European Union on converging our legislation. Therefore, we're all coming closer to the European Union. And like the BAT office, we are promoting the Central Asian Association for Waste Management because this this activity is already there. Countries exchange their waste, and waste is collected and processed in one or another country. It's especially applicable for plastic and electronic waste. We support a very complex work of the BAT office on manual. We are members of all working groups on all industries, and now there is a manual being developed on waste management. Actually, 3 waste management manuals are being developed. The working on horizontal waste management manuals is much harder than working on vertical manuals. And of course, we support this platform, which will provide some important knowledge and exchange knowledge. This platform will be sustainable because the BAT office will always be around, because there are lots of platforms, but some of them stop functioning after the project is over. But this will not happen in this instance. After the creation of this platform, we will use this platform and involve more and more users. Thank you so much for the good words about our office, about our regulation system, and thanks to joint efforts, we will develop not only BAT, not only waste management, but will also reduce waste or pollutant emission. And this will improve the quality of life. And this will be through our joint effort. Now we have time. If you have questions, we will take them. We don't have much time, though. Your questions, please.
Меня зовут Ерикин Фабай, я эксперт Государственной комиссии.
Yekin Fabay, I am the expert of the National Committee on the master plan. There were a lot of good words, but there are no materials of the master plan, and everything which was mentioned before, it's absent. Like waste management is also absent. And I like to notice that in the expert review, the experts have mentioned that the master plan materials, they lack a whole section, and the master plan hasn't been signed by the Prime Minister yet. It has been returned to be adjusted. So is the Ministry of Environment going to participate? As an expert, the one who makes this review on the master plan, I have this question, because we are trying to fight Almaty mayor's office, which promotes their own interests, not the interest of the city, not the interests of the government. And there is waste management, there is the sewage section absent. There is no section on environment. So where is the role of the government? Almaty is a Republican city. There is a law on the special status. Thank you so much for your question. Let me try to answer it. First of all, our goal was of our second session. We tried to explain the initiative of Kazakhstan to establish Central Asian BAT Bureau to translate environmental regulation to a new stage. What you are asking now, these questions are important, but I believe that they have to be answered not only by the Ministry of Environment, but also the construction control bodies, which have to control construction on behalf of the government. And as to the Ministry of the Environment, any of the activities have to be environmentally assessed. And within these two parallel procedures, I would recommend you to work with the construction control of Almaty from the Ministry of the Industry and Construction and with the Ministry of the Environment. You may send them two inquiries and you will get the final answers. This is inaudible, unfortunately. I understand what you are saying. Perhaps you need to form these materials, these inquiries, and to send them to the first executives. And please start with the Ministry of the Environment and the Department of Environment of Almaty city. Who is next? Head of Kaspi Electrostandard. As to the BAT directory, are there any positive issues if the equipment is included in this directory? What are the advantages? What are the benefits? The benefits would be that tomorrow, when this directory is approved, when it will be legally approved, and it will be like the Bible for the executives, for the chief engineers, and when they're going to open this directory, they will not going to see only the names of technologies, but also examples of implementing not only in Kazakhstan and Central Asia, but throughout the world. It's going to calculate the economics, environmental issues. So based on this data, you may make a decision where to purchase this from and where this equipment is available, where there is less capex, less opex. It's like a register of the technologies which are available to purchase on the world market. It would be nice if these technologies would be localized in Kazakhstan to provide for the new jobs, to make the final product cheaper, and to improve the health and environment. A proposal which we are promoting long ago, and I'm talking on the behalf of the environmental community, on behalf of the Almaty Union of Architects. They are all empty talk. The government needs to act. And talking about the market, this market has to be established. And we are suggesting specific actions that the SNEEPs should be, there should be special SNEEPs and standards for each industry. And for violating these standards, there should be a criminal sentence. People should be jailed, like for the deposits that are polluted with the oil slurry. This problem is lagging behind still Soviet time because it's not profitable. There are no fines, there is no criminal prosecution. So the SNEEPs are recommendatory recommendatory nature. The environmental fines are going to the budget. We're suggesting to create environmental local funds and to increase the environmental fines so that the oil industry will have the alternative either to pay colossal fines to the local environmental fund, or they will do land recultivation of the land which is polluted by oil slurry. But the government does not hear us. We are offering to introduce special SNPs for Almaty and Astana and to introduce criminal prosecution because the environmental fines they are arbitrary in nature. The environmental damage is specific and it should be assessed not only the fines but also the reimbursement because you're talking about the technology. Where is the market for these technologies? Who is going to apply them? Nobody is going to do that because it's easier to make a bribe. And if there will be fines and everyone can see these violations, you can make a photo or video on a smartphone and publish it in the social media, so you can control it. So publicly I'm voicing this suggestion to establish special SNPs to create regional environmental funds, not only to have this fine, but also a register of technologies. You may assess the amount of environmental damage and amount of reimbursement according to this register, and this will be included in the amount that the company has to pay based on the environmental legal expertise. And if companies violate this, they should be prosecuted, criminal prosecution, because in Soviet time there was this practice, people were in jailed. SNP was a law, and now it's very convenient for corruption because the officials they came every time, and it's just a ridiculous fine. And for 50 years, these slurry fields, sludge pits, are polluting potable drinking water, from which Uralsk city is taking the potable water. Thank you for your active position. I agree with you as to the SNPs, but this is the question to the Ministry of Industry and Construction. There should be either the order of the Prime Minister. So if there are any questions, sorry, just a clarification. What the Minister has mentioned, we've went through such situations. We understood his opinion that he is frustrated. And of course, we understand the position of the government that they cannot control everything to the maximum. So I'd like to give you some small example for you to understand how to make things practically correct. responsible. So in Romania, there is a legislation that the specific company which is making any waste, they have to solve this issue ultimately, and they need to align with the law. For example, if there is an oil company and they have generated a certain oil slurry, so they will make a contract with the company which can recycle this oil sludge. So we had such situations that these companies made contracts, they accepted waste, and then they have became bankrupt, and the big volume of slurry was left in the field. And then this company became responsible. It has to be ultimately responsible for this slurry. Colleagues, if there are no more questions, let's end at this positive note. Central Asian Bureau is ready to establish itself, and thank you for your support and attention. Let's make a group photo.
Очень жаркая дискуссия была.
There was a hot debate.
Давайте еще раз похлопаем спикерам.
Kovalenko. Hello, dear participants of the session, dear speakers. Our session is called Green Finance and Funds. Decarbonization projects in Kazakhstan. So we will talk about opportunities for sustainable financing and attracting international investment in decarbonization projects. We are going to become net zero. So at our session, it's important to discuss what are the opportunities for the country to attract these funds and capital. And first, we'd like to give the floor to Dina Janadil, Kazakhstan Development Bank Managing Director, who is going to talk to us about the Development Bank of Kazakhstan, their alignment with the development. I'm Dina Zhanadil. I work in Kazakhstan Development Bank, and I'm in charge of this agenda. We'd like to talk about our initiatives of sustainable development. As Victor has mentioned, we are faced on we are based on the long-term strategy to reach net zero by 2060. We have our own long-term strategy until 2023, 2033, and it's the sustainable development, implementing ESG principles in our activities. When we were developing this document, we had a strategic KPI, how to get the ESG rating. We have updated this last year. We've got the highest score. Our score is 3 with 64 points. So we've done a lot of work within the sustainable development. So first of all, we've developed our roadmap for ESG together with ADB. We are publishing the annual report for the compliance with climatic standards, GRI and ASB last year, and also IFRS 1 and 2, also green investment principles and UN Global Compact, as well as ESG criteria for our borrowers and green sustainable framework to launch green and sustainable bonds. In our credit portfolio, there are a number of sustainable projects, and since our mission is to aid sustainable development of the national economy, I'd like to note here that our portfolio contains not only renewables but also energy efficiency projects. First of all, we are focused to unveil 14 out of 17 SDGs in order to prevent green and impact washing. All our activities are being verified. So annual report verification we've done last year, and we have to continue this year. As I mentioned before, the key initiatives, they help us for certain legislative documents. We have verified our annual report where we disclose scope 1, 2, and 3. And as to improving ESG rating, there are a number of initiatives, not only on environment, but also on the social and corporate governance. I'd like to show here that since we cooperate with investors, there was a need to develop the sustainable development. And so these funds were targeted at green projects, as you can see. We have a big initiative to get ESG rating. It's good to update it or to verify it, but everything is about green, sustainable financing. And since our bank is financing sustainable projects, we understand that in the national budgets there is not enough beneficial funding. We are developing concessional funding at global markets. Last year we received the letter of nomination from the Ministry of Environment, and we are working on accrediting this with the Green Climate Fund in order to finance some sustainable projects in the future. And also within decarbonization, we've made our application to Climate Investment Fund. And since in our portfolio there are carbon-intense projects, so in addition to green renewables, there is a need to decarbonize our industries, our projects, and this funding will allow us to reach a different level So I'd like to note that based on our mandate, when we finance large and medium projects, we're working to have accreditation of the Green Climate Fund. If there are such projects available on the level of the ministries and the government, it's important to collaborate, because when structuring mixed funding, it's important to engage the private sector, and from our side we're going to structure it to a maximum degree to make it most available to our borrowers. I'd like to show a number of projects which we have financed so far. We're working on a pipeline of sustainable projects which we may offer both to the Green Climate Fund and other external investors. We are working in the same ecosystem, so we have a number of documents, national documents. For the efficient implementation of these documents and clear uh, game rules are important. So when we have updated our ESG rating, there is no clear taxonomy on green projects. Every investor is interpreting in their own way. And since on the global market there are a lot of taxonomies, the European investors, they expect that our projects would be aligned with European taxonomy. But at the same time, we have our own Kazakhstani taxonomy, and it's not fully integratable with the global taxonomies. So any such initiatives, when we carry out them as to get the ESG rating, our main mission is to finance sustainable projects. So we are developing the concessional climate funding so that later within the mixed funding we may allow this mechanism to be implemented by our borrowers. And the government expectations, we decompose at our borrowers, and we disclose this within our annual report. Starting with the initiatives of climatic stress testing and the emissions for our borrowers. Thank you so much. I have one question. You mentioned the documents which we have available. There is a green taxonomy in Kazakhstan, taxonomy of green brands. It's available, but at the same time, we have questions on how to use it from time to time. And since you are using this, based on your experience, what are the top 3 areas which you would mention to make the taxonomy much more practical to scale up your plans? The taxonomy, we are glad that we have green taxonomy, because these are expectations of our investors and all stakeholders, but any such issue requires improvement. This document, when we clearly understand that there is a classification of 7 categories, like clean transport, energy efficient, etc. When we had taken our borrowers and classified them according to this green taxonomy, we were based on OCED industry codes, but at the same time we have some carbon intense companies where the investors, when updating ESG rating, the external organizations are not mentioning this. They are saying that even if they're having the same code, industry code, it does not mean that its activity is green. So they have a selective approach. They're not disclosing the whole methodology. It's not transparent on the global market. So our desire is that at the level of the government, at the level of our key stakeholders, we may determine which projects may become sustainable, which projects could be green ones. Now there is social taxonomy to be developed, and the renewables, it's difficult to talk them as social and sustainable because there are not so many jobs, but there are a lot of sustainable and socially responsible projects which could be greener at the same time, could be less green at the same time. So we need a clear taxonomy. And to understand whether these projects could be interpreted as sustainable bonds. And these are climate projects because there is a number of criteria that they comply with. So we may offer this to the ZKF. And there are carbon intense projects, and this could be offered to the Climate Investment Fund. So the green taxonomy is a tool to attract the beneficial climate funding. The list of the pipeline. So could you mention the volumes and types of instruments to assess your plans for the next 3-5 years to attract sustainable financing tools? Our portfolio is mostly consisting of carbon intense areas, and renewables is not more than 10%. So when we have applied for green climate funding, our check was up to $250 million. And based on our tools and mandate,
мы уже эту работу проводим активно. У нас есть как бы поддержка со стороны Министерства экологии. Прорабатываем все аспекты по разработке ряда внутренних нормативных документов, вплоть до декомпозиции нашим потенциальным заемщикам. То есть это первый аспект. Второй аспект, вот недавно буквально тоже World Bank, когда они...
World Bank has announced Climate Investment Fund within Decarbonisation program. And we went ahead and we've applied and there is a check of $250 million. So if the Green Climate Fund is focused on climatic projects, as to CIF, we see that there are projects that can be financed with elements of decarbonization. Our mandate is not only for financing of the processing industries, but also some infrastructure projects. And many institutions, international institutions, would like to collaborate with private investors and to fund such profitable projects in the infrastructure. We're going to discuss it today. We are going to have several participants which may have such projects. We'd like to thank you, Dina. Next, I'd like to give the floor to EBRD, Katerina Kartseva, Deputy Head for JEF program. If I can have my own presentation. I'd like to talk about our program. EBRD has long ago developed a green financing program, and it's launched in 29 countries of the world. Kazakhstan became country number 26 to launch this program, Several more countries have added, such as Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. So the program is working through the local financial institutions. EBRD is allocating the direct financial line to the local banks, which are going to finance green projects. 206 financial institutions throughout the world. More than 236,000 projects were financed for the amount of more than 6.6 billion euro to provide for to reduce the emissions by 11 million tons. There are engineers to assess the greenness of projects. So I'd like to echo what Dina said about green projects taxonomy. It's done by the engineers in our program. We have clear criteria on what is green project, and Kazakhstan taxonomy also determines what should be the resource savings or energy efficiency to make this a viable project. So we'd like to combine our program with taxonomy to reduce the interest rate for our customers, and how we determine the viability. It's like the BAT. EBRD has developed a website, a catalog of viable technologies, and they are energy efficient, these technologies, or they are resource saving. They can be used as a tool to determine greenness. How this program works in Kazakhstan, as well as in other countries. We have two partners in Kazakhstan. It's Center Credit and Shanhan Bank. They receive tranches on GAF from EBRD. These two banks distribute these projects among viable borrowers. So we are not looking at the company's activities code, but any activity of the company could be acceptable, except for oil and gas and mining companies, as well as like arms and alcohol. So if this project is energy saving or energy efficient, it could be implemented by any company, regardless of their industry code, regardless whether it's green or not. The program has the second phase now. The first phase was from 2020 to 2023. The second phase is to last until 2027. $150 million for Kazakhstan. 50 million have been already allocated. 40 million for Bank Sender Credit and Shanhan Bank 10 million. So EBRD is going to boost its partner base, those that will be available for the program. Who are the viable borrowers? It's the business. It could be some individuals for their housing and for their personal houses. And the third big category are those that provide green technologies, they manufacture green technologies. So if the business and individuals are investment loans when they use equipment for their requirements, there are also loans to top up the turnover, to purchase new products or to open new outlets doing green technologies. If we talk about the business, what are the advantages that we see that they can get through our program? First of all, it's to increase their energy efficiency in their production, to decrease energy consumption, water and energy resources, and as a result, in order to reduce their costs, to increase the profitability and improve the quality and the image of the company, and to increase reliability of the equipment, because energy efficient equipment is more reliable according to the statistics.
As for individuals, the advantages are the same, but additionally, for individuals, it is household equipment mainly, so it indirectly increases the cost of housing. So in case you want to sell your house, your house will be more expensive than a regular home. For suppliers, there are additional advantages to those I specified before. There's a catalog called the Selector of Green Technologies. It's a catalog of acceptable equipment, and since registration for suppliers is free, this means additional advertisement, additional visibility. And since this catalog works for all countries where GEF is present, so this is an additional benefit for suppliers. Plus, we help suppliers as a sales instrument. If the client comes and considers whether to buy energy-efficient equipment or not, if there is support, they will make their decision in favor of efficient equipment, energy-efficient equipment. Thus, it increases sales. The two ways suppliers can use our program. Selector of Green Technologies. These are approved technologies, and this selector is posted on a website. And on this website, you can also get an acceptability certificate, and for the bank, this will mean that it's approved technology. And for more complex, we had a project. The caustic company changed a steam pipeline. It's not typical technology, but there heat was saved as a result of upgrading the pipeline, and our engineers get involved and they analyze the project for its greenness. The standard criteria are 20%. If there is such saving, then the project is acceptable, and they confirm this acceptability with the report. And for the bank, this is again another grounds for accepting this project. Also, our engineers can help companies to freely look at solutions that the company plans to implement, and if necessary, provide free advice how to improve the project to make it resource saving. And as part of taxonomy, we are the party which could confirm the acceptability of a project in terms of taxonomy. Since taxonomy requires confirmation that the project is green, it's usually done by third party. And we are that independent company that can play this role. Let me talk briefly about the selector. This is the way it looks. There are 15 categories to it, and each category has subcategories. It's in small letters, but you can look it up on the internet. Summing it up, presently over 37,000 items in the Kazakhstan part of the selector of green technologies. There are over 500 sales points, and each manufacturer can use this instrument, and we update it continuously. And this is the website of the program, where you can get additional information about the program, about our success stories. We have a very diversified portfolio starting from the 2020. And there are small and big projects. There are small projects like providing loan of 100,000 tenge for an energy efficient refrigerator. And some of our projects are very big with a value of 50 million or 500 million tenge. And electric vehicles are very actively financed through us. This is basically it. I'll be happy to take questions. Thank you very much, Ekaterina. My question is, since we are at a session about attracting investment, do you plan to issue any bonds for your program? If yes, where do you plan to place them, locally or internationally? Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to answer your question because I represent the program consultants who work with we work with EBRR. EBRD determines the funding sources. Green bonds are being used, and even DAMU bonds were bought to finance our programs. But plans can be better addressed by EBRD because we are GEF consultants, because EBRD have different programs, women in business, youth in business, and GEF is one of the programs. And we work with only with GEF. As part of the second phase, 150 million has been approved, and I don't think the volume will be increased by 2027. If we use up this volume sooner, there is a myth that there's very few green projects, and bankers will think that there are no green projects. But if you look at it, a lot of technologies now are resource efficient, and so we are using this money up very quickly. So I think they are considering now GEF3. And you have answered my second question. When you talked about how the program is structured, so we are loans. It's not about bonds, and bonds are handled by different people. It's targeted loans that are subject to certain criteria. In women in business, it's women that are doing business. For us, the main criterion is energy-saving equipment. And I also saw one of the initial slides, 2 second-tier banks which you use, and you said that you are considering adding to that list of banks. Yes, EBRD has already signed an agreement with Home Credit, and Home Credit is about to start working with us, and additional partners are also being enlisted. I would also like to give floor to next speaker, and before I do that, Giacomo, the interpreters will interpret it for you. There can be certain synergy between the selector that Ekaterina has been talking about and the set of technologies that were studied by ABD under modernization of heating. I saw the report. A lot of technologies have been worked on that can be used for centralized and individual heating in Kazakhstan as part of Decarbonisation program. So you may have some synergy here. So one more opportunity. The next floor I would like to give to Giacomo Giannetta, Asian Development Bank, team leader for financial sector. The topic is called Promoting Regional Green Finance and Technology. The floor is yours.
All right, I think some of you may recognize this presentation because I used it in the morning, but I'm going to go through a few of the different elements that I didn't hit in the morning here. So I'll skip this. On this part, if I just briefly, I just mentioned, in terms of like high-level government support is needed, green taxonomies, and what I want to mention here, because we were talking a bit about these taxonomies, just a bit earlier, that I look at it that a taxonomy can be of some benefit. However, they tend to be quite regulatory, legal-ish, and therefore, while some elements can be incorporated, it can sound good, but as technologies develop or change, then how quickly do the taxonomies change? And if they don't change, then who's going to invest in it? Because it's not pointed to say it's not included on page 7 of the taxonomy, right? So in some sense, it can sound good, but it can also be an impairment. In terms of the financing part, if I move on to say, a project that is green, that would incorporate, different technologies, which therefore seeks funding, that these projects have to be feasible, right? Or bankable. So if they're not structured properly as to how they function, who are you going to approach? What bank is going to take it in terms of wanting to even finance that project? So the whole concept of bankability has to be embedded. Now, we can talk about, the types of funding or sources of funding, if I call green finance, overall. In a lot of this region, the countries as well as other countries that we deal in, that the general even base financial sector is underdeveloped. So if you have an underdeveloped financial sector, you can then add on top of it and say, okay, now I want to do green finance. But call it any color you want. If the underlying financial sector is not developed, just adding the word green to it isn't going to suddenly make it developed. Now, perhaps you can attract a certain amount of other funding, from different investors that have interest only in green. And a lot of that tends to be this kind of international funding, subsidized, or those things that can add into it. So maybe you could pull some in. But that's just a concept that I think everybody has to realize, that just adding the color to something doesn't suddenly make the financial sector developed, in this sense. I have another point in this area that, we talk about, it's kind of a phrase that often wants to be avoided. It's called subsidies, right? So we want to make green projects feasible, meaning that, even if they don't have this kind of subsidized, global funding or subsidized funding from government budget, that somehow it can still function. But if you're heavily subsidizing something, apart from maybe a pilot project, to try and just test maybe some technologies, or maybe it's something of high value to the country, some major infrastructure project, okay, that's reasonable, right? You're doing it for the holistic benefit of the economy. But this is something that has to be thought of too, that simply just making something that is green now to then believe in the future it'll always function, but only if it's heavily subsidized, is that really now creating a green economy? Is that really creating a green financial system, right, going forward? So I think that there has to be some also some kind of like combination in terms of financing this kind of startup incubation facilities, development of this kind of green tech space, and then how that moves into the financing, we call it up the food chain, right? So from the base level, in terms of what they would need to help on that incubation, getting, projects or technologies, just kind of understand that they can be practical, they can actually develop, they can build out, as well as then the next stages. So at some point you're going to have to move from seed funding to some equity funding to some working capital to longer term projects, maybe some more like debt capital, right? Debt funding. So that whole kind of ecosystem, which is already an issue even for any kind of startups, let alone it's green, I think is also an issue that has to be addressed holistically. It's not simply just saying, okay, there's a bond market in the country. That doesn't mean it necessarily will work. In terms of, if I call to this kind of like green financing frameworks, and when I look at a framework, I look at the concept that it's not just money available, but it's how that's deployed and to what type of projects is deployed or what type of assets is it deployed, right? So if you create this kind of system, and I can link that back to a project that we're working on now, is on like green housing, right, or green mortgages through Otpasi Bank. So this kind of green mortgage is new in the country, but of course that links to then what is green housing, right? So this is a whole framework. So as this would be developed to show that, you know, green mortgages can be created, and here's some maybe variations of a structure, and here's how that can be linked to the underlying assets, and therefore once that's done in this framework, you know, it gives opportunity to the whole kind of range of the financial system and developers to maybe move that on up and even, you know, potentially issue some type of green bonds linked to underlying assets that are you know, green mortgages, right? On this slide, the last part, I just want to go through what I call risk mitigation, or if I refer to it as energy savings performance insurance. So we have another project where we're developing a type of insurance, a product. So this, you know, the concept is that if you want to deploy certain technologies, there's always a concern by those who try to deploy it, you know, are they going to get their money back? So basically a lot of times it's saying that, you know, this will save you a certain amount of energy consumption, you know, the cost of electricity and so forth, but who's going to guarantee that? You know, that's simply just some comment that's made, and maybe the, you know, the supplier of some equipment is saying, yes, believe me, you know, it's A++ energy efficiency, and believe me, you'll save money. But, you know, for somebody investing, you know, in it, are they going to believe it, right? So we've created, you know, in some type of a structure that can be utilized in terms of then if you're going to implement, you know, a green project, that a developer can purchase as insurance, you know, to prove, according to some MRV later, that it actually delivers what it says, and if not, you can claim against that insurance. So just kind of rounding out at the end here, I quickly just showed a couple of projects we're working on, you know, and these are all involved in terms of not only, you know, green technologies, green concepts, green frameworks, but of course the funding of them. This is some in Kazakhstan and also in neighboring Kyrgyz, you know, in terms of supporting and creating green mortgages that are linked to like green housing standards, developing, you know, concepts, as I mentioned, this kind of risk mitigation insurance, you know, and all this related with the financing linked to the green aspects. So finally, the last slide, I just want to give a little bit of background as to what we've already done. So in the last number of years, you know, ADB has issued on the local market, so in tenge bonds, first of all, social bonds. So these were gender bonds issued in 2021 and 2022. And the plans are now that in this next coming, you know, 4 years, that we'll issue another series of bonds mixed between gender and the first green bonds. And again, these green bonds will be used to finance these green mortgages. And this will be out to like 90 billion tenge. So that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Giacomo, I looked through your presentation and have 2 questions. First, you mentioned the project which is promoting inclusive and green housing finance. And the question was whether domestic banks can participate there, and if yes, what are the conditions? And second, were the planned green bonds in Kazakhstan, which you said are planned to be placed, on local market or overseas?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for the, you know, for the financing for the green mortgages, that's all going through Otpasi Bank. Now, so in terms of, you know, the access, that's through Otpasi Bank for the counterparts. But what I will mention is that because we're developing as part of that this green framework, right? So the linkages between what is green housing, what's the green standard, you know, how can this be structured into green mortgages, that will be something that will be made public, right? So, and the concept will, is trying to show that, you know, this can work. And then, you know, private sector, other banks can take on that whole framework and utilize it, for their own financing or creation of green mortgages. In terms of the bonds, those are domestically issued. I believe we go through CAS. I think the prior ones were that. I know with the last series of bonds, we tried to push out the maturities. And I think the longest maturity we had was like about 9.5 years. We're going to try to keep pushing that out even further, over 10 years, as long as we can. The investor base, even on the last one, while it was domestic, there was some interest. We also had international, even if it was in tenge. So I think that all of that will progress, and help develop the whole green bond market, even locally. So.
Clear, thank you. And very quick last question, because we talk a lot here and maybe we'll continue talking about green, but your example was about gender bonds. So can you shortly reflect on the success of that gender bonds issuance, and what is the project it will be financed using those money?
Yeah, for the gender bonds, so in terms of what we had last time, as well as now working again, that was all through Otpasi Bank. So on the gender bonds, these were for offering mortgages to women that meet certain criteria, in terms of income and conditions, all that. So that was the gender bonds. In terms of success, I know that when we raised funding in the prior project, that the last round of funding that was raised, I believe it was utilized, by Otpasi Bank, so distributed. There was already such a pent-up demand for mortgages. I think it was something like 24 hours that already kind of, if you want to call it, sold out, right? So I anticipate that even on our current, new project like it, it'll be quite popular. So.
Okay, thank you. Well, interesting example. We talked a bit about taxonomy, etc., and coming back to green from gender. So, Manas Gizdoniyev, следующий наш спикер, Центр зеленых генеральный.
So our next speaker is Green Finance Center. It's General Director. We're going to talk about green bonds. Thank you, Victor. My first slide, I'd like to talk about what is happening in the sustainable finance market. We see that this market is growing. If the first trillion was reached after 12 years, when this green bonds market were established, for the last 3-4 years, we see that the sustainable bonds market makes $1 trillion US. Every year, we see that there are investors with a mandate for ESG, and there is a good appetite for sustainable green bonds. More than 100 trillion bonds were placed in green bonds, which is 4% higher than in 2023. Talking about green bonds, this is the oldest, most developed types of finance. Last year, the volume has reached 665 billion US, and despite of the geopolitical challenges and volatility of interest rates, coupon rates, the sustainable bonds market is growing. The average size of the placement, $110 million. These are mostly renewables, and they mostly finance renewables, waste management, green transport, and green buildings. The average maturity is 10 years, and mostly these are loan bonds, and it allows the project to develop in this regard. So this is map of the largest issues of green bonds. As you see, Europe is the house for the largest market, sustainable bonds market. Germany, France, UK, they've placed green bonds for 160 billion US, and US is also one of the largest issuers of green bonds. Large emissions of green bonds are provided by Ministry of Finance. like sovereign green bonds and development banks. They're also issuing actively such bonds in order to lend to SME or large and medium business in different areas. Talking about sovereign green bonds, you may see that the market is growing every year, but in Central Asia only Uzbekistan has issued these bonds, first green bonds and ESG bonds. So they have plans to issue green bonds. In Kazakhstan there was no such placements. So the group of green bonds, it's the strongest signal that the government is pursuing this agenda and they're going to issue and finance green bonds. If we look at the structure of sustainable bonds, the most popular are green bonds, social bonds, and also there are bonds to be in line with social and environmental projects. For the last year, we've seen thematic bonds, which are transition bonds. They're actively issued in Japan. Considering Kazakh economy, since it's oil and gas based, it will be very positive to issue KPI bonds. There is a difference of green, social, and transition bonds. Social bonds, the money should be sent for certain green or social projects. In case of sustainable development, they're looking at the KPI targets for those who are going to issue them. There could be some KPIs as to environment, to lower CO2 emissions. So if the corporation can reduce the CO2 volumes, then the coupon rate is decreased, and this is a fair approach both for the investor and the issuer. SPO market share by provider. The difference of sustainable and green bonds is that there is a trust of the investors. They need to understand where their money went to and what are the specific projects. So that's why there are SPO providers who, according to the climate-based or the rules of green bonds, they may analyze whether the project is according to the international and local benefits. There was a report this year from Environmental Finance. So you may see that the rating agencies and their subsidiaries, S&P, Moody's, Environmental Finance have added their company as well, taking 0.23% of the international market. We worked in Uzbekistan, in Kyrgyzstan, in Azerbaijan, as well as at the Vienna Stock Exchange. So that means that Kazakhstan not only can issue green bonds, but also can verify them according to the international standards. Talking about the market in Central Asia and in Azerbaijan, you can see that Azerbaijan is focused to manufacture sovereign minister bonds. So they've made this main tool to finance environmental projects. In Kazakhstan, the situation is different. Kazakhstan is a leader in corporate sovereign bonds, in corporate sustainable bonds. In Kazakhstan, there were successful issues of all thematic bonds almost, including greener bonds, social bonds, sustainable bonds, and KPI-linked bonds. But based on other markets, the market is not so big, but we've been seeing that in Kyrgyzstan there were the first issuers, and the government supports this issue. There was also the first public project of Tajikistan Bank. Azerbaijan has hosted last year COP29 with the central bank support. How the green bonds market is growing in Kazakhstan? We are analyzing different approaches, different markets, and we see that in Kazakhstan there are one of the best conditions of issuing green bonds. It's the support of the government. In Kazakhstan there is subsidizes to the green bonds issuer. Secondly, these are our stock exchanges, where there is a Kazakhstani stock exchange as well as MFTSI and AX in Astana. So to issue green bonds, it's much more cheaper than to issue. So IFC Green Finance Center is providing access services not only in Kazakhstan but also abroad, and it's the only system which is abroad. So they're writing methodology, and we can provide second-party opinion, which they trust as international experts. In Kazakhstan, there is a green taxonomy, which describes which project can be considered green ones. So that impacts the investors' trust. They know where this money went to. For the last years, we've seen in Kazakhstan that there is an intense appetite and demand for green bonds. And these are the they're participating in the SME markets. So there is subsidizes, there is local verification, there are investors. So this is the company established under the we are independent verificator, which is in the list of ITMA, International Trade Marketing Association. So there are 6 fund exchanges: EIX, KASE, Kyrgyz Stock Exchange, Tashkent Stock Exchange, Vienna Stock Exchange. Within the OTG, Organization of Turkic Countries, we've also established how we can agree with you. Thank you for your attention. One of the issues which we have described, what kind of opportunities he can offer. I have a different question. The people who are who are desperate or having top 3 initiatives to open the sustainable development sector. To actively develop financial sustainable funds, we need to issue first star obligations. That the government does believe in this area. Well, also, there are changes to the budget code, which includes the green bond, and the Ministry of Finance were going to issue its green bonds. Secondly, I believe that the market should be sustainable. There should be several verificators accredited internationally, such as Climate Bonds Initiative. And you see that it includes Big Four and Russian companies and Kazakh companies or local that participate well at the green bonds market. Green Investment Group is quite so we need second-party providers to develop the green bonds market, and they should be credited internationally. So our companies need to do dual listing, and at the same time do this in parallel at the international platforms in order to get the foreign professors' financing. Quite an interesting transition. So Roman Dovolnev from EY, company chief manager, head of. We're going to talk about green bonds, sovereign green bonds. I'd like to thank the organizers for the invitation. So to continue the tools of all development institutions, including the Center of Green Finance, and I'll talk to you what is the green obligation, why it's needed. So in Kazakhstan there is taxonomy, it's the initial document to be compared with, which regulates to which areas and there are funds to invest into projects from the green economy. There are those green buildings, agriculture, as to the green approach. So there is a single document describing this at the end of 2021, and it's been constantly updated. So all these 7 topics could be due to its age. So if to be clear, why the risk of sovereign bonds is much lower? So the risk of state the listing is infrastructure based. We need to understand that this covers certain initiatives where the government is having global objectives, whereas corporate bonds so there are development targets for the company, mostly in the short-term perspective. Investors, if we were to talk about corporate bonds, these could be private investors. When we talk about sovereign bonds related to the city, to the country, these are local international funds and their development institutes. Also, the attention is quite important. So then there could be issued through green bonds. There are certain positive so the corporate bonds, they give local effect inside of the country. I'd like to demonstrate to you a case which we have already mentioned. It's sovereign green bonds to be placed by the end of 29. It's Ministry of Economy and Finance. Then they received the sustainable bond market level. This was unique for Central Asian countries. When a country managed to secure under their emission $350 million to develop their infrastructure projects and to develop the economy, internal economy. And at the same time, the rate, due to big volume of investors, it has increased several times what I've planned. And as a result, the attracting investors in this case there are some international experts and funds to assess their work. There are quite important obligations into the future. What else can I mention here is that the issuance of such bonds is only the first stage of improving green ecology and economy of the country. The incentives to develop such instruments in the country are based on the rhetorics and compliance. If the country is to follow the decarbonization and to move to carbon neutrality, net zero, then these instruments are most positive long term. Everybody understands that in Uzbekistan there is high pollution of industrial companies, high soil erosion, but infrastructure investments are attracted as to the placement of such bonds.
I would like to emphasize the potential of Kazakhstan in this aspect. First of all, if we compare the two countries, which are neighbors and which have a lot of similar development aspects, however, Kazakhstan has by large overtaken Kazakhstan in terms of corporate bonds. As Manas has underlined, the listing volume in last year was 625 millions. And has exceeded 1 billion over the whole course of corporate bond development. This shows how the local projects are benefiting. But if you talk from the standpoint of infrastructure and regulation, here, in this respect, Kazakhstan is one step behind because you need long-term strategies and a vision of how the country will not develop its business, but how it will develop itself and what targets it will set in terms of transitioning to carbon zero. And Kazakhstan is working very closely with development institutions, which are a permanent source of financing for various bonds, including green bonds, at domestic markets. And the potential for for international listing. As Manas has noted, there is now quite a number of partnerships, even with the Vienna Exchange, with London Exchange, and overall for Central Asia and Kazakhstan, it's a positive thing, it's a benefit. I would like to cite an OECD report saying that Kazakhstan is a leader in green financing because it has an understanding of how to use taxonomy in instruments and how to develop business. The infrastructure is a big step forward, and it provides quite a long-term development for the infrastructure as a whole. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Roman. You talked about Kazakhstan's potential. The top 3 ideas, briefly, what needs to be done to realize this potential of Kazakhstan. First of all, you need to look at the compliance and regulation aspects. We don't have a clear-cut strategies of how we are going to transit to green economy. We do have certain regulations, we have an approved taxonomy, but we don't have a long-term strategy of transiting to certain amounts of renewable generation, and KPIs are not very clear-cut. From the green finance standpoint, KPI also play a certain role. Therefore, talking about potential compliance needs to be worked on more closely. We do have instruments, but we need to establish connection not only with the corporate sector, but also with the government sector, which will be the issuer of these securities. I think our international financial institutions, even Kazakhstan Development Bank, will back such initiatives since it's a kind of a bridge between the government and exchanges, and it can support the issuance of large amounts to be distributed. Thank you. Very well, colleagues. Let's give floor to Natalia Bachinska, Chapter 0 Kazakhstan, Director for Development. It takes more than just wishing to attract finances. Please talk to us about the strategy of green financing. My name is Natalia Bachinska, Chapter 0 Kazakhstan. We are an international initiative that works with international experts. And let's look at what is happening with climate financing market globally. This agenda is substantially underfinanced. The blue one shows what has already been provided, and the orange one shows what is needed. Talking about Kazakhstan, according to World Bank calculations, Kazakhstan needs about $610 billion. $6 to $10 billion. I'm sorry. So is it a big figure or a small figure? Our colleagues have said that green bonds are about $600 million US dollars. It makes 6%. These are green bonds. They're not climate bonds. They may be directed at pollution reduction. EBRD, $150 million. ABD is 20 million, but it includes both green and gender. And so overall, we fall short by 15%. So where do we get this gap bridged? And of course, it's international financing, including financing under Article 6. And we see that the agenda is largely underfinanced. It is a buyer market. In other words, donor countries will choose their partners, and Kazakhstan has competitors, has rivals, and rivals that are moving quite fast and quite effectively. This graph provides data that shows the carbon intensity of GDP per dollar of GDP. In other countries, India, Egypt, Vietnam, they also develop their policies for attracting financing, including under Article 6. Kazakhstan is on top of this list. Compared to some countries, our carbon intensity is twice as big. And it shows the potential. Now, the baseline for Kazakhstan is quite high. Therefore, the potential for reducing is quite good. And this is the card that can be played. And other internal financial incentives for decarbonization. Very recently, we got this information that Jasil Damu will recalculate the free quotas that are distributed among companies. These quotas proved not to be incentivizing, and the reduction of quotas for companies will become quicker. It used to be 1.5%, but now it will become 2.5 to 5%. But there is an interesting thing here. If we attract international financing, it's almost always the case that, let's say under Article 6, there is a requirement that these units should be used at international market. Therefore, they will be accounted in NDC of another company or another country. And this gives rise to another types of competition between internal and external commitments. Let's look at all the options of climate financing and how it can be settled. When we select instruments, one of the most important parameters that we is the additiveness and the project or supplementarity. And if a project is financially successful, so if a company chooses what development project to implement, at this point in time, decarbonization is a supplementary parameter. The most important is whether the project is financially successful or not. And a lot of times, renewables projects are very profitable. There is no complementarity. Complementarity arises when you need to issue carbon units and sell them at a price higher than that on the internal market. And it's for this reason that when a company decides what mechanism it should use for financing a project, this complementarity parameter should be taken into account. And it implies another thing. If a project is good for such international financing, Kazakhstan will not implement it using its own funds. And if we have regulations that will allow us to implement such projects, but a certain share of carbon units will have to stay in the country, thus Kazakhstan as a country will get an additional opportunity to close its commitments, to cover its commitments. Because without international financing, these projects will not be implemented at all. And let's look at such examples of that India is coming forward under Article 6. there are three main groups: preventing emissions. This is renewables with collectors, renewables with high voltage systems, but renewables with collectors is something that to which Chapter 6 applies. So renewables with high voltage systems, sustainable air fuel, and hydrogen fuel. Projects on carbon removal. Very often in Kazakhstan, carbon emissions and places where carbon can be stored are very remote from each other. Therefore, such projects are difficult to implement using our own resources. And some alternative materials. This is the third group. What is the objective of the government? It is facilitating access to climate financing. At previous session, Kazinvest said that a speaker said that Kazinvest wanted to make sure that investors feel at home while in Kazakhstan. And there is a certain checklist, and Kazakhstan is a little behind its rivals, but it's a two-way movement, two-lane road, so to say. The government should approach business and ask what projects you want to implement under Article 6. And this is the way, this is the way to develop this list from in a bottom-top approach. When we talk about the workflow of developing such strategy, it starts with emissions analysis. The next stage is developing portfolio for decarbonization projects, followed by choice of financing models, which involves deciding what we do with our bonds, what we do with international financing. And the last stage is partnership. Let's look at the requirements of international funds to the feasibility studies of a climate project. This is not Article 6, but this is an example of what business companies have to make, to put in place. Potential for emission reduction from 100,000 tons of CO2 per year. Financial sustainability. This is what my colleagues have mentioned today. Potential for additional certification, comprehensive or integrated risk assessment, and compliance with local legislation and distribution of this reduction potential. Very, very clear and very brief. Thank you. Natalia, a question for you. You have shown an example of requirements to feasibility studies of a project. And before that, you talked about a process flow. I have a more high-level question. What, in your opinion, hinders the active implementation by Kazakh businesses of green instruments? I've just said that there is not enough incentives for implementing decarbonization projects, but the situation is changing. And secondly, lack of certainty. Business thinks in terms of business models, and there should be certainty. And I mentioned distribution of carbon units. What from? And we are expecting decisions from our regulator, and this will open up a lot of opportunities. Thank you. As Roman said before, we have an aim, we have an aim, a purpose, we have a strategy, but we don't have the roadmap for implementing the strategy. So we need to understand the whole situation and then move ahead. Our next speaker is Yishmohan Daulet Uli. He is talking about, he's from Kazakh gas, and natural gas, apart from uranium, will be a key fuel in transition. Could you please talk about? I'd like to start off. As you have noted, natural gas is playing a more important role in economic growth as a traditional fuel, and in this respect, Kazakh gas, based on ESG principles, came up with our strategy, and we are not a monopoly. We position ourselves as an effective participant in the gas market, catering to consumers, producers, and the economy as a whole. Here, I'd like to note that the role of gas and the role of the national operator is to provide stable supply of energy resources. And one of the ESG principles is sustainability, and one of our missions is to provide stable supplies of energy resources for the sustainable development of the country. We have came up with 12 development areas. We are a vertically integrated company, and we are present in the market from survey and exploration, and all the way to sales. And we also attract investors for gas processing. This model allows us to successfully participate in the regional market. We are a reliable partner for neighboring countries, and we supply internally, we provide transit, and we supply externally as well. We have been provided the ESG ranking of 19.2 in the Samruk-Kazyna companies. This is the highest result. This year, we improved by 1 point, and among gas companies of the world, we are in top list of 7. Another achievement was a good score, AA, from MSCI. This score is important for international investors, and we think that our results evidence our high commitment to ESG. Also, Kazakhgas recognizes all 17 SDGs, but we have identified 7 priority SDGs where we make most contribution. Why is gas becoming ever more important for the energy market? The current challenges and global development trends recognize 3 main criteria: reliability, sustainability, and affordability. Now, all international financial institutions are actively supporting the use of of renewables, but as an analysis of any internationally ranking agency shows, the share and the role of natural gas will only grow, and while traditional fuels such as mazout and gasoline and coal will decrease their share in the market, the share of gas will remain the same or grow. The thing is that that gas has all the properties of the energy trilemma, and it's an irreplaceable transition fuel for any country. Last month, there was Sarah Wick, and at that conference, we often heard that gas should be recognized as a green source. And talking in detail about the advantages of natural gas, I noted some of them here, something which is relevant for Kazakhstan especially, where gas is not the main mineral, but a bi-mineral. So the use of gas allows us to reduce carbon emissions. Second is gas power plants are very flexible, provide a lot of flexibility, and our peaks are in the morning and in the evening, and we need to expand our generation sources. Nuclear sources cannot provide this instant expansion of power generation. Therefore, gas is the only alternative. And since we don't have a lot of hydro power capacities, and also gas can be stored. You can use depleted deposits for gas storage and extract gas as you need for the needs of the market. And as different from renewables, gas is stable in terms of production, in terms of environment impact. Gas is less polluting than traditional oil products. And also gas is a very multi-purpose, is very universal. And last but not least is social significance of gas, because gas provides convenience for the consumer. And when the Saryarkar gas pipeline was built to connect the central Kazakhstan, a lot of people were skeptical at the time, but none of the households are now failing to connect to gas. Overall, our goal is to achieve net zero, but gas allows us to more effectively develop renewable sources. As for the country agenda, Kazakhgas is implementing a pool of projects amounting to $18 billion. In the panel session, we heard that we can invest into renewables about $30 billion If international institutions revised their approaches, we could attract investment into those projects. Therefore, given the importance of gas in the economy of the country and worldwide, we would like to approach our partners, international partners, and ask them to revise their approach to gas and to work more closely to achieve our end goal. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Sultan, one question you mentioned about cooperation. The mechanism of cooperating between Kazakhgas through green finance, through sustainability bonds. Do you have such plans? Thank you for this question. We've got ESG rating at the end of 2023. For us, it was quite important for further cooperation on green financing. And we are going to strengthen our ESG rating. As to collaboration, there are a lot of pressing areas. We have a lot of work to do. Kazakhgas is operating more than 20,000 pipelines and is building additional pipelines, more than 70,000 distribution pipelines. And each of these kilometers is a potential source of losing methane and considering the energy efficiency of the country and its plans for gasification, unless we remedy this situation, we may come to some sad consequences. So we call for the participation in these projects, as well as to build LNG. Just wanted to complement that Kazakhgas projects, we cannot be positioned as green financing, but there are also KPI-linked bonds. You have plans for carbon neutrality. You may show this strategy. You may issue KPI-linked bonds, and in 20, 30 years, if you're going to reach this, then the coupon rate will be less. It's convenient for you, and it's a fair approach for the investors. We have such precedents throughout the world, like Total Energy has attracted more than 3 billion for the construction of LNG plant, so we hope for your support. Thank you so much. Colleagues, we have discussed what international institutes can offer, what are the projects available in Kazakhstan. I hope that this session will help to materialize all these projects. This is the end of our session. Thank you all. If I may ask the question, because we came here not just to listen to you, just one question. I'd like to thank the Bank of Development of Kazakhstan. Thank you. panel. It's carbon emission offset projects, voluntary carbon markets and startups, the role of carbon markets and startups in creating new opportunities for companies and promoting innovation and sustainable development. Moderator is Ramazan Janbiisov, advisor to the CEO of the EcoGer Association. Thank you so much. I am Ramazan Janbiisov. I'm happy to welcome you at PowerTech 2025 conference. At our panel as to the development of voluntary carbon markets, the carbon offset projects and startups. We have some distinguished speakers to present this topic from different perspectives. I'd like to thank both our speakers and organizers and our participants who stayed until the very end. I will introduce each speaker according to the program. And I would like to say a couple of words on the format. Unfortunately, we have just 1 hour and a half. We have 7 speakers, so each of us have our own presentation. We're also going to have one online speaker, Mr. Cassio Souza. So I would ask our distinguished speakers to make their short presentations, not more than 10 minutes, so that we may have time for discussion and give an opportunity for the questions from the audience. So let us start our discussion. As I mentioned, our topic, I want each presentation to go through 3 key questions. What is the current situation for the development of voluntary carbon markets in Kazakhstan and Central Asia? What are the impediments to increase the sustainability of these projects? And what are their perspectives for their integration with international standards and current trends in the development of the international climate policy, including Article 6 of the Paris Agreement for making more strict international standards, NDC 3.0, the transboundary Atmos agreements. Ilya, let's give the floor to you first. We have Ilya Wolf, who is a manager for sustainability and climate change practice in EY. I know Ilya more than 10 years. He is quite experienced in sustainable development. He participated in several projects on renewables in Kazakhstan on wind and solar. And now he has strengthened EY team on decarbonisation. First of all, I'd like to thank for this opportunity to present at today's event, and I'm confident that we're going to have an interesting discussion. On my behalf, I'd like to start and to cover what's happening now with the voluntary market, world voluntary market, what happens outside of Central Asia, and where this market is moving to. What are the laws that are impacting this market, and what is the vision both of our experts and the experts throughout the world, how the market is going to be transformed so So first, I'd like to start by saying that voluntary carbon market is a part of a larger notion of a carbon market. Carbon market is the main tool for the countries participants of the Paris Agreement to reach their targets. So this includes both voluntary market and the compliance market, regulated market. And recently there is an active phase with specific examples are Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Talking about development of the voluntary carbon market, we cannot help but mention these components of the wider notion, because development of these markets is interrelated. There are some links, and the voluntary market, carbon market, there is a pressure of a bigger brother such as compliance market or regulated market. Talking about the demand drivers at the voluntary market, we can mention that the main driver which is affecting the projects to lower the emissions and is impacting the pricing on voluntary market is of course the compliance market. We see that more and more countries are using this tool and adopting the emission trading in order to reach their targets in their NDCs. And the countries that have already the voluntary market, they often have a trend to expand it. We see that the European trading system includes all new industries in their cycles. So if the transport industry used to be outside of the compliance market, and the reasons of lowering emissions carbon, the countries, so some share has to either be replaced or captured. So that is the room for the companies to invest or to purchase carbon units and to offset them in their plans to lower emissions. So these are these three factors. If we are to summarize, then we see development of compliance markets that is impacting through offsetting carbon units in the participating companies. It impacts the growth of the voluntary market. But at the same time, there are certain limitations as to jurisdiction and standards to validate certain projects, and carbon units are generated. At the same time, within the voluntary market and the range of projects which are implemented within this market and carbon units are issued, there are some changes planned. Because if we look at the current state of the voluntary market, we see that Mostly there are projects to replace carbon emissions. So the trend will be moving that when we will reach the carbonization technological barrier, the companies, as many researchers say, depending on the development scenario of the world global decarbonization, there will be more demand on the projects to capture carbon and the projects to capture and to store, which will lead inside of the market to some changes. And to summarize industry initiatives, there is a new market based on Article 6, governed by Article 6 of Paris Agreement, which allows countries and the participating countries, those that have adopted regulatory changes, to organize a global market to trade emissions. And these emissions, according to the Article 6, they will be registered in some national registers. So these are the three main drivers which will impact growth of the carbon market with certain reservations, such as regional stigmatization and the pool of projects to be placed there. Thank you, Ilya. You were ideal with the introductory presentation on the current situation on voluntary market. Please tell your opinion going from global to local. What's our situation in Kazakhstan with voluntary market development? Are there any perspectives, both at the corporate level and on the level of the... And also, since in our national system accounting is allowed, so there is an interest to implement such projects in Kazakhstan. In order for this to be possible, certain requirements should be established at the national level, requirements to certification. And this certification should be global, so that companies that are using those carbon units and who are publishing their reduced emissions, so that there will be no questions to their certification, no questions to their volumes that they claim in their strategies. So it's important to develop this. There are some impediments, but where we should start as the main driver which determines both the demand and the prices is to understand our compliance market. That's how we need to start, and then we will see what happens. Thank you, Ilya, for your expertise. We were going to return to this item, this issue, through our next speakers. Now I'd like to remind that we have here online representative of one of the largest platforms, Viera. Do we have Mr. Casio Souza with us? Does he hear us?
I hear you. I hear you and I see you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Nice. Let me introduce you to our audience. A few words in Russian, and within the assistance of our translators, you will get the information. Еще раз.
As it was already mentioned, voluntary markets are successfully developing. There are 1.2, 1.3 billion tons of CO2 equivalent have been issued and certified on VCM, on voluntary carbon markets, and 75–80% of these issues were provided by two standards, gold and Viera standard. Viera has provided largest part, I guess more than 1 billion tons of CO2 have been certified at this platform. So we'd like to thank Mr. Cássio Souza, who is presenting from Brazil, and he is the head on market and client relations of Viera. Mr. Souza has more than 15 years of experience working at voluntary markets within different standards, and its geography of their clients is not only limited by Latin America, but it also covers Europe and Africa. And we hope that there will be more projects according to Viera standards.
Not more than 10 minutes for the presentation, and then we will have a few minutes for discussion. The floor is yours.
Absolutely, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Cássio Souza, Director of Climate Market and Client Relations from Vera. Thank you so much for the opportunity with being with you today. So let me go very quickly to my presentation. I wanted to start by maybe bringing a general understanding what's the state of the voluntary carbon market at the moment, to then obviously explain what is Vera and what we do in terms of bringing or enhancing the integrity of the voluntary carbon markets, right? Well, it starts all the way back in 1997 when we had the creation of the Clean Development Mechanism under the Kyoto Protocol. And a few years later, between 2000 and 2005, the first VCM standards started to be launched, right? And obviously credits were started being issued under the standards. And the next decade was very important because there was a growing interest on emissions mitigation as part of a CSR strategy. It was becoming more and more popular. And since 2015, more or less, we are seeing the maturation of the voluntary carbon markets as it is in its current infrastructure, right? So we are including validation bodies, accreditation bodies, exchanges, and other players in this matter, right? And not to spend much time on this, but obviously we have two types of markets. Let's put this way: a compliance market, which is based on legislation, Article 6, CORSIA, and national or subnational compliance markets, such as Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Brazil, South Africa, and the voluntary carbon market, which is basically, well, agents are not required to reduce their emissions, but they want to do that. So that is the reason why they participate and take part in this market. To put this in a global context, the way it is now is that it is estimated that 27.4 billion tons of carbon in mitigations are needed to reach the 1.5 degree target in 2030. The projected emissions for the VCM in 2030 is around 3 billion. And this is our current size, 1.7 billion in 2022. Obviously, there's a long way to go in there towards this target, but as you can see, there's a lot of room to growth and in the voluntary carbon markets. And obviously, again, not to spend much time in this basics, but we are talking about here removal credits, which are the ones that are from projects and activities that remove carbon from the atmosphere, and avoidance credits, which are from projects that help us reducing the emissions of carbon to the atmosphere, right? Just to put in a little bit of a perspective here, this is the evolution of the voluntary carbon market in terms of issuances and retirements, right? You can clearly see a growth from issuances until 2021, and then a little bit of a decline. But if you look at the retirements, it seems steady and growing, which means that there is a consistent interest of industries in acquiring these credits to offset their emissions, right? And I want to make a remark here. If you look at this light blue part of the bars, you see the renewable energy projects and how important they are in this overall system, right? In terms of volume and number of projects, it's very important and it's crucial to keep the voluntary market growing and growing. So putting that in a context, what is Vera then? So Vera is a standard. Vera creates standards and programs to reduce deforestation, improving agricultural practices, facilitate energy transition. We create these programs to facilitate climate action in the industries. So we want to really create standards that are reference for companies, governments, civil society that support climate action and climate transition to greener energies. These are a few of the standards or programs that we work with. Obviously, the most known is the Verified Carbon Standard, the VCS. But we have also standards related to biodiversity, sustainable development goals, plastic, and maybe the newest one, which is our Scope 3 standard program. In terms of numbers, and we are talking about specifically about the voluntary carbon standard here, we are talking about more or less 2,400 active projects, more than 1 billion tons of GHG reduced or removed, and that number obviously is still counting. And we have projects certified across 120.
Recording in progress.
We then generate. We keep track of the credits generated in this framework, which we call Voluntary Carbon Unit, the VCU, and that is obviously traded onwards between intermediaries and the final demand, the final buyers. But how do I get started? How do I get started, right? So if I want to take part of the VCS program, if I have a project that is aiming to foster decarbonization, how do I get started? So the first step, very quickly, is to pick a methodology. There are several methodologies that are developed by Vera, and there are many methodologies approved by developed by the CDM mechanism that Vera approves. So one has to pick the one that suits better to their context, submit a project description. This is going to be listed on the Vera registry. It's going to receive public comments from the civil society, from the public, during 30 days. Then there has to be an independent audit on this project. The activities are implemented. The auditor is going to verify the emissions of this project, and then carbon credits can be issued. So those, in a very simplified flowchart, this is how one gets started with a VCS certified project. To finalize, there are 3 remarks I want to make about the market trends and how Vera is addressing these. One is related to risk management strategy that is pretty much related to buyer risk management strategy. So what are we doing for integrity and credibility, co-benefits and social development integration, and the alignment with compliance markets? First of all, these are the elements that Vera believes that makes a good carbon credit. They are real, they are measurable, they are permanent, additional, verified independently, they are listed, they have a unique number, and their estimations are conservative. This is very important to enhance and foster integrity of each credit that we certify. And that integrity in practice can mean several things. And one of these things is that the VCS program was approved early last year in the ICVCM platform, which is the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market. This organization has set up principles, core carbon principles, that also establish what is a good carbon credit and what integrity looks like. There are many methodologies that are approved within the ICBCM framework and many others under review. But I want to stress that Vera has applied the core carbon principles label in over 10 million credits since last year, which is a huge milestone in terms of integrity. To finalize, and already going to the end of my presentation, it is very important to connect the carbon projects, the benefits that the climate benefits that they are making with the other co-benefits or tangible benefits related to sustainable development goals. So Vera has two programs such as the SD Vista and the Climate Community Biodiversity Standard, the CCB standard, that helps carbon projects to make these benefits visible and verified in order to increase stakeholder trust and eventually enable larger scale investments. We know that carbon projects do often much more than only sequester or avoid carbon emissions. And we really strive and support project developers to make these benefits visible. Last slide. As the previous presentation mentioned, there is indeed a growing new market for Article 6 and the CORSIA from ICAO. I just want to highlight that the VCS program is eligible for Article 6 labeled credits and CORSIA labeled credits, depending on different requirements. This is also a very this is a way that also Vera is working for to foster integrity in the compliance carbon market and make, obviously, credits more accessible. Thank you so much for your time. I went a little bit over time, and I appreciate your understanding. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Souza. There is a huge applause for your presentation. Thanks a lot again. It's much appreciated. And of course, within the development of climate agenda and national climate regulation, there is a rising interest from corporate sector to the VCM and especially for Vera projects. Подскажите, господин Souza.
Mr. Souza, do you have any statistics how many projects from Kazakhstan or implemented in Kazakhstan have been registered under a Vera standard to date, I mean. Once again, how many projects from Kazakhstan have been registered as implemented under Vera standard?
I think I didn't get the English version of the question, if there was a question.
The question was, do you have any statistics regarding the amount of climate project implemented in Kazakhstan registered on Vera standard?
Oh, yes. Certainly not in my hand at the moment, but yes, I do think we have projects registered in Kazakhstan. And I'm more than happy to share the data with you along the presentation today.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. And maybe...
Thank you, sir.
Один небольшой, может быть...
And one provocative question. Your personal take, Mr. Souza, on voluntary markets and standards. Is this a real mechanism to combat climate crisis, or it's just an additional opportunity for corporate sector to carry out or to do greenwashing? Is it a real mechanism or a greenwashing mechanism? What's your personal take on that?
I'm not hearing it, so I appreciate if you can repeat the question in English to me.
I'll try to ask you once again. There is a kind of provoking question. What is your personal opinion? The VCM standards, is it a real tool to combat with climate crisis, or additional opportunity for corporate sector to make a greenwashing?
Thank you so much for your question. And I quickly look it up in here. We do have one project registered in Kazakhstan. Thank you so much for your patience on that one. It's a very good question. I think I personally believe that carbon credits and the voluntary carbon market, it is indeed a tool. It is indeed a relevant mechanism to drive climate action. I think obviously there are things that have to be improved, and there are things that have to be that we have to evolve, right? So I think one of the signs that I can say that how Vera is striving to this is that Vera is constantly working on improving and reviewing methodologies to obviously deliver more precise calculations on these carbon projects for more conservative estimates to avoid double counting and overcounting of these credits. And as well as the whole revision of our standards that periodically happens to address key issues in terms of integrity, compliance, and how we can bring these projects to a next level in terms of climate mitigation. I think I can clearly see examples on the VCM pushing the climate action to the right path. It is about also channeling finance to the right places, to where people and the communities based on these projects need the most. So I personally believe it is a great mechanism.
Thanks a lot once again, Mr. Souza. Much appreciated. Но мы продолжаем нашу дискуссию.
But we continue with our discussion, and let's discuss projects that are being implemented in Kazakhstan. I would like to introduce next speaker, Mr. Alim Salibayeva, founder of the first national climate platform called Kazakh Carbon. Alim will share including those under VCM standards. Alim, let's try to be as specific as possible. Maybe you can share some updates on what's happening. You have 10 minutes. Thank you so much. It's great to see our colleagues and friends. Now, Kazakh Carbon was established as a project 2 years ago with my British partners, who by then had certified plantations of coffee and cocoa in the Philippines. And then they offered carbon certification on the voluntary market in Kazakhstan. And in 2022, we began progressively, we began to work with GEF, which is working on reintroduction of Balkhash tigers. And we are trying to certify these Tugay forests. And the other project is on restoring forests and pasture lands in Katoy Karagay. We performed primary assessments, and we found out there is great potential. And I think next year we will start certifying pasture lands and forest restoration in the Eastern Kazakhstan project. But couple of words about carbon projects. We work with Plan Vivo last year, an open forest protocol. Our patron, Freedom Holding, at COP29 in Baku, he is signing a memorandum of understanding with open. This company uses blockchain technologies for their certificates. And Plan Vivo is one of the oldest certifiers which focuses exclusively on nature-based projects. We started to work with them 2 years back. The first variant of the project idea for the Aral Sea project was written 2 years ago, and since the project idea has been improved, and we were invited into a program, and Plan Viva will help us write the design documentation for the Aral project, for this one. Why did we select the Aral region 2 years ago? For you to understand, apart from some theoretical ideas about the voluntary carbon market, but we understood that the Aral topic can fly because it's a global environmental problem. Plus, there is grants, there is money for the critical step, which is research and project design. We received GEF grants. We were greatly supported by Freedom. This is our biggest partner. We met with Turlev just 2 times, and on the second time, he agreed to support us with our research. And we started with the social aspects. Currently, as everybody knows, there is a lot of forest being planted in the Aral region, but unfortunately, local communities are not involved. All these forests are planted without local community. Therefore, based on the ERAS-1 project, and we started with USAID. Back then, it was ERAS-1, that was an oasis just in the middle of dry bottom. They drilled a hole for water, and they gained access to irrigation water. And this provided us information about the survival rate. And it's different from what the government does. The government does extensive planting with survival rate of about 10%. Our survival rate is about 80%. We applied to UNDP, and we do nurseries for 300 hectares of Saksaul. This map shows 4 auls, 4 villages, and we have involved 29 households, between which we distributed 250,000 seedlings, and we have just completed the planting. We are now processing them against pests, and later on we will buy out these seedlings and plant them out in the oasis or on other areas, and I'll address that further. The first project is Barsaki-Elmez corridor. It's 40 kilometers away from Karatiren, the nearest village. It is the ERAS-1 USAID project. It is being transferred to the Forestry Research Institute. The Forestry Institute is also our big friend. And you know what happened to USAID? Suddenly their work was suspended, and in an emergency mode, this oasis is being handed over to this research institute. But there's also good news. In June, environmental code will be amended, which these amendments allow renting forests for decarbonization projects. And we have agreed to rent a 500-hectare plot from the nearby forestry, next to ERAS-1 area, and we will plant our first Saksaul seedlings. And we have agreed with Kazmunai Gas, and they are ready to invest into these seedlings in exchange for carbon units, because the government requires them to provide funds for saxaul planting, and they agree to provide funds, but they want to provide funds in exchange for carbon units. Therefore, starting in June, we will start on the process. We will start formalizing rent. So, and we'll have 1,000 hectares for pilot biocorridor, and we plan to have 10 such biocorridors. And so this will provide a connection between several areas. And our oasis is in the very middle. We have noticed that animals started to emerge there, and we plan to make 10 other such oases. Thus, we resolve social issues by involving local communities. We create jobs, plus we resolve the problem of biodiversity, as well as dust and dust and salt suppression. This project affects several areas, and I think that the price for the Aral carbon units will be very high. Another project is to diversify farmer lands. The green areas are the sites that we are already assessing. These areas used to grow rice. And as you know, rice consumes a lot of water. Each year, you get less and less water, and farmers want to use other crops, want to grow other crops that use less water. And we propose agricultural and forest crops. We have 5 farmers, over 500 hectares. We can also work with them. There are very good teams, very industrious farmers who built 2-kilometer-long forest lines. They're great people, and we're helping them. The development potential of this project is very great. Tens, if not thousands of 10,000, if not hundreds of thousands of hectares. Next to the oasis itself, there is about 10,000 hectares. Along the minor Aral, there are sites belonging to the forestry. So these are potentially rentable. Today's topic, creation of national VCM, creation of national voluntary credit market. We work with ETS. It is the Kaspi exchange, together with Freedom at IFCA. They are creating a trade platform for trading carbon units. In July, we expect another amendment to environmental code that will recognize voluntary units as securities, and this means they can be traded. And my recommendations: I would like to thank Vladimir Skorik, a representative of Agrina. Last year, together with Agrina, we created a list of recommendations on developing voluntary carbon market. It includes creation of a reliable national register of projects. It includes standards, processes, and procedures. And we have also here a representative of ETSE, and together with Freedom, we will start a campaign to lobby the establishment of the national VCM.
Let me talk about certification process. We have adopted a standard process, which was previously mentioned by Viera. We are related to Plan Viva standards because they are focused on the development of social and economic development of local population, not only to grow the carbon and biomass, but also to involve local farmers. First of all, we are assessing the viability, which we have done at Aral, and it took more than 1 year. Then we are preparing for certification. It's the carbon project design, creating the methodology. With Open Forest Protocol, we have ended the methodology creation for the Saxol methodology, because not all certifications they accept Saxol as a tree. Then there is process monitoring, and then sales supports for the carbon units. To questions and answers we may return later, and I offer to you to work together. Thank you so much. I'd like to note your personal involvement in what you do. A lot depends on your personal enthusiasm, because I remember our first meeting when I was working in the industry sector, and at that time we were talking about coffee plantations with your partner, and at that time you were talking about ideas, and we can see now that they are being implemented, and they have social background, and I'd like you to scale up your projects, and we are waiting for the amendments to be done by the Ministry of Environment on the environmental code. I believe that everyone have participated here in these amendments. Thank you for what you do. So we are moving on, and our next speaker is Ruslan Zhimkov, a friend of mine, big expert in different areas, especially in communication sector, in talking to the public while implementing startups, climatic startups in climate tech, and probably Ruslan will talk in more details about these topics, because we meet at different conferences, both as speakers and moderators. So Ruslan, with his wonderful partner Dana, they received at COP Dubai first place among Central Asian environmental projects. So Ruslan, the floor is yours. I'm happy to welcome everyone. Let's talk about VCM through the nature-based solutions. Because we work in nature-based solutions, and it's interesting for us as a part of VCM. I'd like to start with the introduction, who we are. Together with Dana, we are founders of the Forest Hero, and she is the project founder who at COP28 has pitched to General Electric, Glenteen, Amazon and Google. She has pitched our project, and we won the first place, and from a classical standard startup, from project ideation, we went to getting the funds. We do climate projects in Kazakhstan. Not only this initiative, we also have Climate Action Initiative Central Asia, non-commercial fund. We are going to develop projects and we cooperate with a huge number of people. We've asked Vladimir Skornik to join us. Vladimir is quite popular. We're trying to work and develop this market for the benefit of people and the world, and that's why our targets are quite clear and transparent, and we don't forget that impactful decisions and impactful investments are important. So you understand that the world community has implemented, and that without corporate sector involvement, without business involvement, it would be impossible to implement climatic goals. And according to the last UNDP report for 2024, 80% of all projects of VCM have been implemented by the private sector. So what are the global trends in VCM? Ernst & Young has a more structured technical presentation, but they are experts on the market. I am trying to speak in simple words, and the first big trend we've seen at COP29. Finally, there was a heated debate on the Article 6, and the role of Paris Agreement is still crucial at the world market of carbon credits, and there is some position consolidation. The countries now understand that VCM could be a laboratory, and the question was asked to the colleague from Ernst & Young, and you've asked this to Viera, whether this carbon market will be a complement or an alternative. We believe that this is going to be quite important element in reaching all NDC national commitments and complement to stimulate market on green finance. We see that the market is awaiting full-scale launch. I'd like to evaluation of EPCW when they said that the full scale article implementation will happen in 2-3 years, but the practice and correspondent adjustments will happen in 3-5 years, because everybody comes to this quite slowly. Not all countries understand how the VCM works. In Kazakhstan, everything is quite rudimentary in this respect. There is a good news that there is a high demand on quality carbon credits, and there is a move towards nature-based solutions. According to different assessment, 37-40% of all projects at the VCM are taken by nature-based solutions. So this is due to the growth of biomass, according to Silvera. The standards have been updated, and that's good too. They're starting to pay attention to all these processes. Corsia is in the trend. We're going to discuss this. So what we notice, what makes this market interesting, is the private sector activity. We see that the corporate sector is quite awakened throughout the world and is playing one of the key roles in developing market. And we see some forecasts that are confirming that the growth of retirement of retired carbon credits by 2030 may grow fivefold. There was a number of 175 million tons of CO2, and this was already retired, written off. So the corporates have already retired them. So by 2030, this number is going to increase fivefold. The government is implementing its own registers and corresponding adjustments. Unfortunately, Kazakhstan is not quite transparent in issuing, whereas the Japanese are opening everything openly, their website, there are protocols, there are minutes of meetings, because corresponding adjustments are going to be transparent. Other countries are going to sign agreements with Kazakhstan, so Central Asian market is going to develop. What kind of problems and impediments we see? They are more or less similar. We're talking about MRV, monitoring, reporting, and validation. It's difficult to do digital MRV, especially for small projects. If it's not a big corporate sector, it's very difficult for them to correspond with strict verification requirements, because 20% of the project is taken by MRV. Second is lack of rules harmonization. We'd like to escape double taxation, so that's why we are to have all the registers blockchain based. Third is lack of funding of local initiatives. This was mentioned before lunch. There are not enough money for ventures and green finance, but there are some mechanisms, and we believe that the banking sector, if it's going to work with the ADB and EBRD and other institutions, probably everything would be according to their streamlined approach. But the climate projects are underfinanced. So our solution is quite simple as to idea, and I'll show what we're doing. So there should be MRV automation. We need to integrate, follow certain trends, work with AI. We need satellite monitoring and blockchain register. That's going to simplify the work of the entire market. The second block is government partnership, strengthening PPP. This is one of the very well mechanisms providing guarantees for the stakeholders. So what we're trying to do together with Dana is to establish certain platforms, to establish certain teams, cooperatives, to implement each other. And third is how to use this at VCM. There is a combination of the state system and VCM. Also, national, we need to be aligned with its digital ecosystem, which allows stakeholders to find each other and to unite. So our target audience are farmers, developers, buyers of carbon credits. They can find each other, they can get certain data. This data we're going to release. We have developed the last year products. We have some analysis and forecasting. So we have the simplified verification, which is a tool for developers so that together with the very good standards, you may get certain data structured as a presentation. Briefly, I'm mentioning that we went through the standard acceleration way, and that allowed us to assess how these projects work abroad, like carbon removed accelerator. So we have been included to the global Google for Startups, and we became the only startup of the project. So we went up as the only candidate for Google AI First. Only two projects have been selected, both Georgian and our own. We've received access to all Google mentors throughout the life of our market. We can address them, we can consult them, and use their knowledge. We attracted 100,000 US dollars in Dubai. So we had some first sales in the corporate sector. So they're going to release it. They are in the FMCG sector. They were one of the first. So they managed to have 150,000. Well, it's 100,000 is for the technical implementation and 50,000 for the project. So UNDP, Solvera, Vera, and Asia Pacific Climate Week. These I have taken to enter information here. The big conclusions, overall conclusions, are that we need digital tools on the carbon market on the country level. I would recommend to our state bodies and profile ministries to implement such things. And secondly, that the corporate world is going to save the green world. Could be a powerful stimulus in the mission development. Thank you, Ruslan. So what is more difficult? To persuade investors to invest into carbon projects or to prove that they are working these projects? Well, these are two separate worlds, the world of fundraising and venture world. And the sales of carbon projects or implementing carbon projects are two different worlds. Both are difficult. The biggest difficulty is to explain to the market participants how it all works. So when we're saying that there is a VCM, we understand more or less what it's all about. But if you come to an agri holding when they have never used it, or maybe they've used it, but you may come to a network of restaurants, or you may come to those who have. They don't understand how the market is working. They don't know that they need to initiate the project. They need to make a pre-feasibility study to register in the register. Are they going to work with 2 or 3 companies? Who is going to pay these commissions, these fees? So we can show them that there are 1 or 2, and you can do it yourself. So we wish you success, that we may have more climatic projects. Vladimir, I believe that you have things to, based on our colleagues' presentations. Vladimir Skorik is a consultant for the development of SVP consulting carbon projects, as well as a representative of Agrina, company, which is the largest agroclimatic platform in Europe to implement climatic projects. As to the regional, and Vladimir is quite experienced not only in rural industry, but also preparing projects on voluntary markets, issuing carbon certificates, and he is quite active, as you've noticed, working at our Kazakhstani market. Every project which has been presented here has Vladimir involved. So the floor is yours. What are the trends and perspectives in rural industry, in agriculture, as to the reducing emissions and reaching NDCs within Paris Agreement? Vladimir, your 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Ramazan. After your presentation, I think I can do with 5 minutes. Thank you very much for inviting very much to the audience, especially those teams which represent the agricultural sector. I indeed have been working a long time in agriculture, and I've been in Kazakhstan since 2014, and I've been dealing not only with agricultural but also other projects. Today's topic is the potential of Kazakhstan's agriculture in carbon projects and added value from such projects. So we look at this project as business, and from the standpoint of their potential to generate cash flow from selling credit units. This slide is quite simple but very concentrated. I chose 5 carbon projects that could generate cash flow here in Kazakhstan. This is not a comprehensive list, not a full list. But today, carbon sequestration in the soil by using regenerative practices is probably project 1 in Kazakhstan, since Kazakhstan has a lot of cultivation areas. Crop cultivation is sector number 1 in agriculture, and it can yield from half a ton or up to of CO2 equivalent. This is a good indicator, since an average farm is 10 to 15,000 hectares. In Europe, their counterparts is only 20 to 200, 300 hectares. If you have 220 or 200,000 hectares, you become an agro holding. On regenerative practices, I'll talk later. It's second in importance because it's not implemented yet. These are waste management projects. In agriculture, there is quite a lot of waste from animals, from operational activities, and from plant crops. Today, there is quite a lot of projects in Europe and North America and in India, which use pyrolysis to process waste. Pyrolysis uses high temperatures with limited oxygen access to turn this waste into bio-coal. This is a certain fraction that contains carbon up to, its content is up to 45% of carbon. These are CDR projects here. Here, carbon is sequestrated for a lengthy period of time, for 45 years, if this coal is not burned. And for each ton of raw materials, you get from 1.5 to 2.5 CO2 equivalent. Another good thing about these projects, because apart from sequestration, removal of carbon, we can produce additional thermal energy because pyrolysis produces megawatts of power additionally. Plus, we can also use biocoal, for example, as filters for water treatment facilities or as a component for the production. And today, they addressed materials for the construction industry, especially if they account the carbon footprint. Biocoal is used as an additive that that prevents water seeping into big depths. The third is methane emissions reduction by use of new practices in rice cultivation. In Kazakhstan, it's mainly one region that grows rice. As we know, the rice is grown on water-drenched areas, and if you don't flood the area but replace the technology, you can reduce methane emission down to 60%. Well, on the average, it will be 40 to 45% reduction. Something that's not used everywhere in Kazakhstan but still used, the use of synthetic fertilizers. Synthetic fertilizers emit N2O. Therefore, if we transit to organic fertilizers, we will reduce CO2 emission by 20 to 30%. And another big problem in Kazakhstan is pasture land, because a portion of pasture land has been degraded, while remote pasture lands are not being used. Therefore, we need to regenerate pasture land soil. And in Kazakhstan, we now have projects funded by international organizations. And these projects cover large pasture land areas. So this can bring in additionally 2-3 tons of sequestration. 1 ton is 1 carbon credit. Therefore, you can calculate how many credits you can get from each of the practices that I listed above. Talking about Agrina. Agrina has been in this market since 2024. From 2024, we have been providing pre-design research. We analyzed existing practices. We analyzed what regenerative practices can be used, and we did initial calculations based on satellite research and field research, how many carbon credits or tons can be gained by applying 2 out of 4 practices, because we were focusing on the wheat producing regions. That's North region, and South Kazakhstan has very different practices, and we lacked resources for the southern regions. Agrina today is a developer of carbon projects. In Europe, it works under the Vera standard. To date, the validation of projects from 11 countries has been registered under Vera standard. The overall number of hectares is 4 million hectares. The company is actively helping to sell carbon credits, and I will talk about it a little later. As a result of using regenerative practices, we can gain either carbon credits or financial solutions. You have heard about carbon credits, and financial solutions imply ESG practices and carbon accounting, under which carbon accounting takes place in major corporations and on the voluntary market. For this to happen, you need to account the carbon footprint in the incoming product. In agriculture, it is wheat and flour. Vladimir, you've got 1 minute. Okay. Okay, let me make it brief. Today, Agrina has done research for 10 agro holdings. It provided results on the main practices, how many credits can be gained, and it surveyed over 500,000 hectares. And now we are ready to launch all these projects. And why we're not still launching them? And the reason is simple. You see on this slide how project outcome are sold in Europe. There are 3 channels. The first channel is brokers who buy carbon credits under commission by companies who want to buy a package of carbon credits. I can see it from here, if I'm not mistaken. The undisclosed.
Работают брокеры. Второй канал – это то, что я говорил, карбоновый аккаунтинг, например, компания Mars. Она заказывает у Агрины данные, верифицированные, естественно, данные о том, какой карбоновый след был по итогам производства пшеницы в конкретной стране, которая была поставлена компанией Mars для производства ее продуктов. И третье направление, оно здесь показано только с Райффайзенбанком. Это то, что тоже сегодня говорили, это подтверждение так называемых зеленых практик. Да? То есть если клиент, работая с Агриной, подтверждает, что он применил регенеративные методы сельского хозяйства, то, соответственно, получая такое подтверждение и обратившись в Райффайзенбанк, с которым у Агрина есть отдельное соглашение, он получает определенные преференции при доступе к финансам Райффайзенбанка. Аналогичное соглашение у Агрины также по Европе подписано, если я не ошибаюсь, да, с IFC.
In Kazakhstan today, the problems described by my colleagues are also faced by Agrina. Agrina, before starting a project, wants also to find forward buyers of carbon credits. This will allow the credit owners to understand what profit they can make, what money they can get, because in such kind of operations, you get an entry about debt. Some good news. Deloitte provided some good calculations on Europe in terms of results from regenerative practices and what results can be obtained and what's the cash flow gap. And they calculated that to transit to regenerative practices, they need about 5,000 euros per hectare. Why so much? Because the rent is quite high in Europe compared to Kazakhstan, and the insurance price is also quite high. They also took this into account. But the payback starts from year 5. They calculated if 20% of EU farmers transit to regenerative practices, by 2030 they will generate 9.3 billion euros. Plus, this will reduce emissions by 6% and improving the health of soil by 14%. So there is this initiative from the bottom to top. Such projects already exist. We only need to bring about cooperation between infrastructure and investors, be it local or otherwise. The biggest limitation is that carbons are not being sold in Kazakhstan. They're not allowed to be traded in Kazakhstan. Therefore, it hinders the development of now the Deloitte report for European Union. Does it apply to Kazakhstan? I mean, the Deloitte's report for EU, is it also true for Kazakhstan? So if the figures will be comparable of if North Kazakhstan transits to regenerative technologies. Three top challenges for carbon projects implementation in Kazakhstan in agriculture. The first challenge is lack of information, lack of awareness. Of course, those that we work with are working on the front line, and they are very responsive to new information. But unfortunately, it takes time because there is a need to scale it up. And second, there is no recognition that carbon unit is an intangible asset that can be accounted in the books. So if there were an understanding how to account it in the books, it would facilitate a lot of development. And third, it is real only in regenerative agriculture, or do you also consider forest projects? Is it only regenerative agriculture? Agrina does only projects under Vera 0042 standard. We don't do any other standards. We have 150 people on our staff, and we're fully engaged with regenerative agriculture. Thank you very much, Vladimir. Today we also have here Valor Carbon, people from Valor Carbon, also quite a large company which has its representative offices around the world. It's headquartered in Great Britain. Nurjan Aspandiar is director for Central Asia. Nurjan, the floor is yours. You have 7 minutes. Thank you for your introduction. Good afternoon, colleagues. Great to meet you. Great discussion. Valor Carbon is a British company headquartered in London. I am director for Central Asia, and we help projects in Central Asia to attract carbon financing, to get offsets, and we act as brokers. Today, I would like to briefly address the topic of carbon markets. It's not just a trend for Kazakhstan, it's indeed a market that can attract financing and enhance sustainable development of the country. Let me briefly describe my colleagues. We have colleagues from London because it took us a long time coming here. Our team is not just technical specialists. We have a good background in private equity, in banking, in project financing. We have a consultation council or advisory council consisting of staff members that previously worked for QAC and other companies, because we understand that eventually each project should be bankable, should support regulator requirements and institutional investors. Therefore, we design projects taking into account their future monetization and with possible access to secondary markets. The next slide. Before talking about the opportunities provided by carbon markets, I would like to explain what a carbon credit is, how. So we could skip this slide because it has been addressed a number of times. Unfortunately, we are past the time limit. Well, we have already discussed the markets as well. Maybe something about your proposals. As the latest development is the convergence of voluntary and compliance markets. Thanks to Article 6, some countries like Korea and Singapore already allow credits, VCM credits to their compliance markets. And we have Kazakhstan has agreements with Korea, and voluntary projects can be now converted and sold to countries, and the host country gives up these credits, of course. So this slide, I have already addressed the countries that enhance this, that promote this development. As colleagues also know, demand for carbon credits is global, but the supply is focused only in 10 countries. These are mainly countries from Latin America. And Valor, we as Valor, we are confident that Kazakhstan should become the new source of high-quality supply of carbon credits. Now, how do we launch a carbon project? What are the key steps? For a project to obtain carbon credits, it should go through several technical and verification phases. The first thing is to collect design documentation, the methodology assessment, calculation of the legislative framework. Then the project is validated. Well, in essence, it's a pre-audit, and then it is it ends up in a register, for example, that of Vera. The development of a carbon project is like a classical infrastructure project, but only with the addition of some climate aspects. First, we assess the viability of the site, the design, the financial closure, capital attraction, and preparation for validation. Very often at this stage, you already have negotiation talks with the off-taker, or you structure ERPA or forward contracts. Then you assess for compliance with methodologies. The process is highly documented. We have specialists in the company who have track records with projects with VM47, methodology of ERR on reforestation, where project generates credits annually, goes through regular verification, and up to realization, up to implementation. I would like to talk about projects that we are interested in as a company. When we talk about projects, it's important for us to understand that in a voluntary market, not all credits are equal in terms of quality and in terms of interest they generate. Companies are no longer looking for credits for sake of credits. They look for credits with high climate offsets. Also, you can increase the price of credits via via labels. Therefore, we focus on areas that are considered high quality and that generate high demand from international investors. These are, first of all, reforestation projects under Vera, projects in agro sectors, projects in waste management, methane capturing, and energy efficiency with transition to renewables. The next slide, I would like to show you a very simple but very indicative calculation of a project on reforestation. 8 tons is absorbed per hectare per year. Even with conservative price of $10 per credit, such project can generate about $1,600,000 annually. We implement a similar project in Kyrgyzstan. There, in Isykyl area, in the city of Karakol, we implement a project for 25,000 hectares with native forest species. So part of the profit will benefit local community. We also employ local population for forest planting.
So we as Valer understand how it works, how this work is organized from within, and as brokers we have experience after refinancing before getting ERP with verification, and especially now you know that there have been floods, have been fires in Kazakhstan, more than 150,000 of forests. So these are not only climate important initiatives, but also economically viable. Next, I wanted to mention that our company has participated in a pilot trade. At PowerTech, there are a lot of representatives on the renewables. So here I'd like to mention IREC certificates. IREC is the first climatic initiative which is already working. In country, more than 3 million certificates have been produced. So this is the financial attributes of green energy, which allows to confirm its origin. So that is the question which we're going to talk about tomorrow at the session on renewables. So EcoShare is the issue of IREC certificates together with you. We've been implementing this project. At AX, we've been selling IRECs of Samruk Energy. We're also involved in these markets and we are trading IRECs. And IRECs have been considered in the CSID report. And you know that from the next year there is CBAM to be introduced in Europe. It's not only this benchmark, but a regulatory requirement. With that, let me pause here. I've tried to make a short review as to position and market as a broker and a project developer. We have one more speaker, Adil Suranchin, General Director of Boom Grow Farms. Adil, if you could please summarize your message, because we're 10 minutes have exhausted our panel session time. Thank you for very interesting presentations. I will talk about Boom Grow, the company which rethinks agriculture, offers some innovative solutions to change not only food production but the entire chain of its deliveries. Now there are triple challenges such as climate change, geopolitical instability, and the threat of food security. Traditionally, agriculture is one of the largest sources of carbon emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, and we are offering a sustainable solution. Our system is a fully controlled environment which allows to save up to 95% of labor, space, waste, water, fuel. So just imagine a 40-feet container which we have equipped as a farm. So we can open this anywhere in a supermarket, in cities, in hotels, in hospitals, in shopping malls, making it available. So what is sustainability is that one farm allows to save 11.5 CO2 emissions, which is equivalent to 539 trees, and one farm produces 10 tons of produce per year. So how do you achieve this savings? By saving on resources, due to a hyper-localization. The miles are reduced to overcome import-export, deliveries, losses. Like if it's a salad leaf, it grows 5 months. For us, it's 35 days. So we're strengthening the food security. We're implementing advanced technologies. We're trying to implement sustainable development through the SDGs. We have now 35 farms in 5 countries and 10 cities. We have some developments. Kazakhstan is an ideal platform for the hub of competence in agriculture. Kazakhstan is importing $175 million of vegetables. At the same, there is food inflation, unstable deliveries, there are losses, and 14% of the population are employed while making only 5% of GDP. So our model is a hyper-local production. We are planning to implement 2,000 farms and 300 farms in Central Asia. Our production is hyper-local. We are saving water, space, energy. So we are making stable deliveries, and we are raising awareness among our customers. Among our customers are Marriott, Hilton, Four Seasons, Wyndham. We've launched first our farm at Satpayev University. On the 29th of April, we'll have first collection of harvest and demonstration to our customers. So this is the start of our regional expansion, because we offer stable, sustainable production, which is going to rectify the gap in economy, because we're importing a lot of vegetables, and to become the center of competence and agro-technologies. Thank you, Adil, for being so brief. It's a very interesting initiative and probably important project. Wish you success in your implementation. Colleagues, are there any questions to our speakers? It's the wonderful time. If there are no questions, we have here participants online through the YouTube and Facebook broadcast. If there are no questions, just one question to each of you and a brief answer. I will ask to start with you, Ilya. If you could face the future, what would you like to see there? Just 1 or 2 words. The plans to be executed according to Paris Agreement. Is it your sincere answer? Yes. Ruslan, if you could offer to humankind one universal truth, what would that be? Love. I am for value, I am for love. Alim, if you could change one event in history, what would that be? Not to have war. Vladimir, if you could build an ideal society, how would you start? I would cancel the money. Nurjan, if you could have a chance to live one day with somebody's life, whose life would you choose? A life of a president. That was a patriotic answer. Adil, if you would have an opportunity to ask one question to any person in history, who would you ask this question to? And what would you ask? To the president of US who has killed Kennedy. Colleagues, these imaginative questions to talk about our values and our views. I believe that this was a terrific discussion. Thank you all. Thank you, Ramazan, to you.